After making our way up to the new desert area last episode, where we built our massive sand miner, it's time that we got a new source of power to help run our soon-to-be new factories. We're going to do something a little different this time and use the power of the ocean with some water turbines. Hello everyone, welcome back. We're still up in the new desert area, and today's episode I am planning on working on a form of power source. Currently have our temporary steam engine inside our sand mine, however I would like a bit more of a permanent source of electricity. And I think what I'm going to actually do is create a power station in the ocean here and essentially generate power from the ocean itself. Now, of course, that's not actually possible within the create mod. Well, I mean, you can create power from, of course, water wheels, but that's not quite what I'm getting at. Essentially, what I want to do is create like water turbines, but that's not actually possible in create, at least base create. So what I'm going to do is actually use windmills and just make them look more like water turbines. And honestly, the first thing I need to do is grab a bunch of iron again, because we're going to certainly need it. Certainly glad that I have this iron farm right now. And I'm also going to need some azurine, which I believe I at least have some. Yes, I have 95 and some pillars I can probably change back. Perhaps I should go mining for some more. I know we have some down next to my base here, which I guess I could just pretty much collect probably the rest of. And the main reason why I actually need this azurine is to make some of this stone metal from design and decor. And we can have this in a bunch of different colors, but I think I'm probably just going to use the basic one just to add a little bit of color into the design that I'm thinking of. And I think that will do for now. I'll make sure to press some more iron as well. And the other main thing I'm going to need is a bunch of wool. And I did bring back a bunch of wool from my farm the other day. So we at least have about 1,000, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to need more than that. And luckily we can just head over to our barn here, where all our sheeps are. Because I was not nearby, it means that this probably needs to run for a little while. So I guess I'm just going to stand here for a bit. Luckily for you guys, that will be exactly like 1 second. A second later for you guys, and many hours later for me, we now have an extra about 1,600 wool, which I think at this point is probably going to be enough. At least I hope so. Now for my own sanity, and probably everyone else's, I'm going to make my initial design probably on ground here, just so we can get an idea of how this turbine's going to look. And I do want to use this stone metal at least for the trim. So I'm more or less just going to create a circle here. And I think something about that size is going to be fine, because it is going to need to fit underneath the water. If we go to free cam here real quick, I do kind of probably want it somewhere around here, so it needs to definitely fit underneath the water without me having to dig down too far. And I'm probably going to have this about 6 away from the outer trim. Then we're going to probably need a bit of support back here, because this is where the actual turbine fan is going to attach to. We are going to need a windmill bearing for this. I'm probably going to stick that round about there. Add some support. And then we're going to grab our wool and I think change this up to a different kind. There's this one that's conveniently actually called windmill white wool. So I think that's probably actually what I'm going to go with. Of course, these would actually probably just be made out of metal, but we're working in confines of create. So for the turbine blade design itself, I don't think I'm going to go too wild with it. I think something like that will do just fine. And then I just need to repeat that a few more times here. With the wool placing, I think I'm going to try and make these look a bit more interesting. I think I'm going to just start with making myself a bunch of these copycat boards, placing them on the back of these blades, but reuse our plating just so they don't look all completely the same. And then maybe add some other small features like perhaps a little placard in the middle here. Then I think I'm also going to add some glowstone lanterns around, because I think especially underneath the water this will probably look quite good, and at least make sure that the area stays lit up as well. And I might add some more of these actually on the inside too. Then I think with a few other visual features, we are more or less ready to go with this design, I think. at least until I get this under the water. So what I think I'm actually going to do is grab a schematic and quill and try and grab as much of this as possible. Sure that everything is within the schematic. You know, actually, maybe I should glue this all together, at least for the turbines, because I think schematics remember where things were glued. I don't actually remember. Let's give this a try. Now that it's all glued together, we can save our schematic. We'll just name it water turbine. And I think I'm probably just going to place my schematic table and cannon here, grab our water turbine design, and then kind of actually try and figure out where this is going to go. And I think somewhere around here is probably where I'm going to have it, as I do kind of want a long line of turbines here, I think, for our power source. But we are going to have to probably remove some of this sandstone and stuff, as it's currently kind of in the way. Also, hi squid. And I do have my minecart contraption here, which isn't particularly big at the moment. I think this can work underneath water. I did never actually collect my other drill. I don't have enough time this week, so this will have to do for now. Yes, hopefully this just works. I mean, it works underneath lava. I can't see why it wouldn't work underneath water, you know? And there we go. With some of the land cleared away, I can probably start placing down at least my first turbine. I'm still going to need to do some landscaping around it. And I should probably make my life easier by, you know, making it so I can breathe underneath water, or at least have a longer time underneath water. But let's at least get this first bit of turbine down, just so that we have a good idea of what it looks like. And that is more or less what I wanted. Now, we are having some water issues, it seems. Like these chains are not working underwater, and nor seemingly are these copycat boards. Although, I think this is actually all super glued together. So if I right-click this, it does spin it around. And that did kind of fix the issue. Now I need to just kind of dig up the rest of it, fix all this kind of water issues of there not being source blocks, which is strange because I'm pretty sure this is meant to change it to source blocks considering we're in the middle of the ocean, but whatever, I'll have to see how that works. You know what's funny? I was rushing around getting some stuff so that I could make a conduit, you know, Heart of the Sea and a bunch of Nautilus shells. I even found a Heart of the Sea and a couple of Nautilus shells. But then I suddenly remembered that Create does have a bag tank for pressurizing air, and as well as the diving helmet to help you breathe underwater. I don't know why I completely forgot about those. I guess I just haven't used it much in the past. So I think that's definitely what we are going to make, and that should make my life a lot easier. And they're luckily both pretty cheap to make. I just need to make copper block, and we have our tank, and we already have all the resources for this as well. So yeah, there we go. Let me place this where our other helm is at the moment, and then fill up this copper bank tank. And honestly, the one annoying thing about these tanks is that they have to be powered from above, which I find is a little bit strange. So I'm going to just borrow this for now and let that fill up. There we go. That is a full tank. I'm not actually 100% sure how long this lasts. I think I'm going to take my backpack off for now. Place that. Oh no, I can't place it there. Never mind. It's going where my jetpack is. But that should definitely make my life a lot easier. So if we head back north, oh god, without a jetpack it feels so weird. But now if we head underneath, oh, we have 15 minutes. Oh, that's perfect. And there we go. I fixed all the weird water issues and I've got this finally up and running. If we look in the center while getting casually pushed around, we have got the maximum amount of power from a windmill bearing. So now I've just got to do this like 20 more times. Okay, maybe not actually 20. Maybe actually 20. But I'm probably going to continue this alongside and also a little bit back as well, I think. Just so we can get as much power into as small of a space as possible. So if I get another schematic placed overlapping the other one, we can certainly build a few more. And there we go. There is our 5 turbines in, which should be making a decent amount of power. Also assuming like this is very bizarre, I'm not gonna lie. But now the thing I would like to do next is actually make a schematic of these 5 together. And the reasoning behind that is I want to actually duplicate these all the way back. And I think I'm going to do that by also using a pattern schematic. If I grab all of those and I can name this 5 turbines. And then grab this empty pattern schematic, because I think we can use this to essentially not have to use the cannon several times. Because if I place it in here and treat it like I typically would, I can upload this schematic, place it down like any other typical schematic, draw it in the right spot. Then I can switch this to clone, and then I think if I come over here, I can then clone this back a few times. And the schematic thing's a little bit broken, so I have to face it the opposite direction. But I'm thinking of adding maybe 2 more or 3 more in depth to these. Certainly be quite a lot of materials. If I leave this at that and then take this back to our cannon, you can throw that in just like a normal schematic and then grab our material checklist. And now we just need to more or less grab all these things. And I'm actually going to remove the sand and sandstone out of this backpack so I don't accidentally place those down, as they're not necessary. Of course, the one issue that's going to occur is that we've got a bunch of sandstone and sand in the way. And I think instead of using the machine to mine out the area, I think I am just going to place it in the cannon and then go in manually with my pickaxe. Just because I think it's honestly going to be a little bit quicker that way. But I'll be making the rest of these materials, and once that is done, we can have ourselves another little time lapse. And there we go, there is all our turbines in. I did realize when I initially made the schematic that I had forgotten to stop the turbines, so I did fix that at least before I started printing it. But now we should have about 15 turbines, which is about just underneath 123,000 SU, so that should be pretty good for now. Now the next main thing I need to do is more or less just turn these all on and start hooking them all up together. And I'll probably use some encased stuff and just bring it up these pillars and up on top. We can more or less just remove these, place our gearbox in, facing the right direction, bring our shafts all the way up to the top here. I think I'll use this industrial iron just to kind of cover up all the stuff so that it blends in still. And if I just turn this on, I should now be transferring power up to the top here. Yeah, perfect. Now I just got to do that for the other 14 turbines as well. There is all our gearboxes in, connecting up at least each kind of quadrant of turbines together. Now, I must admit, I didn't think too deeply how I wanted this to look from above ground / above water, I guess. But I think what I will do is kind of create some like pylons across here, just to pick up on all the different gearboxes as it goes across, and then maybe make a kind of like substation or something over here. That way I can then start distributing power to all our different factories that I plan over here. I think for this design, we're going to have something coming out of the water here, just so it's elevated up a little bit. And the idea that I have might look a little bit high tech, but honestly, I think I'm fine with that. But I think I'm going to essentially have a bunch of kind of circles using this dark metal plating. And then I can have some of these shafts coming up to a chain conveyor, which I'm actually going to convert to an industrial iron one. Then I do want to add some lights, so I've grabbed some glowstone. We can add those to the sides. Then I've also made a bunch of these diagonal girders to help kind of round out the circle a little bit. Something along those lines. And I'm going to use probably some of this polished stone just to come up sides here and actually complete the tower. And then I pretty much just want to repeat that design along each of the gearboxes and then figure out how I want to connect them up. Yeah, I think with these towers, I am just going to have a direct connection with some more plating and use some of these edge tough blocks, kind of act as a bit of a mini bridge kind of support thing, I think. Like so, and make sure to repeat that on the other side. Then of course we can connect up our conveyors, but what I also kind of thought would be kind of fun is to actually use some of these large industrial chains to kind of overlap them, because these are much easier to see from a distance compared to smaller counterparts. And yeah, I think that's the general kind of design that I want. It does look a little bit high-tech probably compared to the rest of the stuff that I've made, but hey, you know, why not? Now I need to just more or less repeat this a couple more times until we get to the shore. And then I might actually build something on top of these as well. There we go, there are our 5 main pylons all hooked up. so that we should be getting a decent amount of power from all of the turbines now. However, I think it would be fun to get even more power. I think what I might do here is grab a windmill bearing and actually place it above. Connect this up, because I think I want to come up with a bit of a windmill design to actually go up on top. And it is going to be kind of the vertical windmill type. I think a blade shaped like that will probably do. Then I just need to repeat that a few times around. And that's the kind of full turbine design. Now I just need to glue it together with the help of some support blocks here, just so I can get it all glued in one, although apparently not because it's too big. Sometimes I forget that the glue has a restricted distance to it. There we go, that should all be properly glued now. And now that should, in theory, give us... Okay, well, clearly it's not going the right way around, apparently. Let's try that again. I'll have to get rid of this shaft real quick and place it back down again. Make sure to rotate this to be counterclockwise so it doesn't break off. Now if I turn this on, we have another windmill to go on top and rotate, giving us an extra 8k power. Perfect. Now I just need to do that another 4 more times. There we go, there is all our wind turbines in, adding another around about 40,000 SU, I think. Now I'd like to hook this up to a kind of substation of sorts, which I'm probably just going to place over on this bit of land over here. Once again, I haven't thought too deeply about the kind of design I want, but I do want something that kind of blends in, I think, a little bit with the sand. Basically a building made out of sandstone, more or less, with some more metal elements, just so it kind of fits in with the rest of the build. So probably am going to grab a bunch of sandstone from my storage, some more iron of course, and just because it's a similar kind of vibe, I'm coming over to my wood farm because I think I'm going to grab a bunch of birch logs, because I think having a nice mix of birch and sandstone will probably look quite nice. I'm going to start with some of these sandstone bricks, making sure to kind of center on the turbines. I think a footprint of this size will do. So we continue our wall upwards, maybe some typical sandstone on top. And I think I do want the corners to be these stone walls to add a little bit of depth. I think I'm going to use a mixture of these birch planks and these stripped birch logs, just to kind of surround with some of the materials. And I do want to make sure that these chain drives can go straight through the wall here. So I think I'm going to try and set up a bit of a gap with some of this metal plating to trim it. A gap that big should be probably big enough. And also apparently I can't count, so I need to move this all out by 1. Okay, there we go, there's that fixed. And I think I want to add little windows here on each side. And I made some of these sandstone pillar walls from McCaw's fences, and I think these would be nice little windows to go in between. And I think that I also want to kind of wrap this around the building, because I like how that looks a bit more of a floor divider. Then I think I'm also going to use some more copycat steps underneath, so it looks a little bit more solid than it currently does. I'm going to more or less just continue that design all the way around the building, I think. Probably open up some kind of other entrance over here. It's more or less what I wanted for the rest of this. And I think I am going to wrap this metal plating around. I am going to leave this bit a bit open because I think to the rest of the rings, probably something along those lines. And we can even grab our little glowstone and place it at the top here. Then going to use some more of this sandstone pillar walls to kind of wrap that around. We can place our chain conveyor there and then hook these up to reach across. And don't forget to use our industrial chains to keep moving across this as well. Here we go. And as for the roof design, I think I want to continue using this dark metal plating. And I think I want that kind of pitch for the roof. And funny enough, this is starting to look like almost vaguely Parisian. That was entirely an accident, but whatever, we can continue. I'm gonna keep using some of these copycat steps to kind of step it up a little. Use some more of this sandstone pillar wall to kind of wrap around too. I think I'm also gonna place some lightning rods on the corners here, just to make sure that it keeps looking more like a building to do with power. I think the last thing I'm gonna do is also place some copycat bits here. And there we go. I think that's more or less what I wanted for the exterior of this building. I think it matches quite nicely with the desert while also looking a little bit more high-tech with all the metals and stuff. Now, as for the interior, I think this building's main purpose is to mostly just convert the power into a much faster speed. I think we can mostly do that with the power of a rotational speed controller. I can just bring the power down and straight in. That way we can make this pretty fast. I'll leave it 128 for now. And then I guess I also want to be able to actually tell how much power we're making. So obviously going to need a speedometer. I guess we can just hook up to this. And actually, no, we don't need a speedometer. What am I talking about? I need a stressometer. I can obviously just convert the speedometer. Yeah, we're making 155,000 SU, which is definitely quite a lot. I think I'm going to make use of this bit here to put some display boards down, and I can use my display link to connect up from the display board to our stressometer, and then we can tell this to be on line 2, I'm guessing, and have that as total capacity. Then we can write on our clipboard, say total capacity, and click on the top one. It doesn't quite fit, so maybe I should actually make this a little bit longer. Try that again, and then we can add some spaces afterwards just so we can try and center it, I think. Make that a bit more readable. And there we go. I also added capacity left as well. Now I think I'll probably just decorate the rest of the inside of this building and get some power out of the front, and then show you what I've done afterwards. And there we go. I just added a couple of things on the walls to make them look more interesting, some cogs underneath, as well as some flywheels. And then I also actually did a little tiny bit of decorating next to our turbines as well. I added a bunch of sea pickles around, some seagrass, and a bunch of corals as well, so that this area looks a bit more interesting. I particularly like this angle where you can kind of see all the water turbines and also the wind turbines on top as well. But anyway, I think that's all I have time for this week. Thank you everyone for watching. I super appreciate it. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye for now. Last episode, we built our underwater power station using water turbines, and in this episode, we'll be using that power to work on getting a golden and terracotta factory set up in this mesa biome, bedding it into a custom designed mine. And I think I'd like to start digging out the land behind me here on this conveniently flat bit of terracotta here. This is definitely going to be the easiest spot to place in our tunnel to begin with. And I think a little simple entrance like that looks pretty good using some striped dark oak and a bunch of different dark oak stairs and things. Then I think I'd like to use some of these dark oak bridges from McCaw's just to kind of pull out from the actual mine entrance itself. Probably about that far out. And then I'm going to use some of these dark oak stockade fences to kind of underline it so that this isn't just floating about. And I'll use some shears to turn this around so that we have a nice open edge here, I think. And oh hey, a scoop, yoink. Then I more or less just need to make a bit of a short shaft, because what I'm planning to do here is to actually build a lift going down to a lower level, because right now we are kind of close to the surface, so I want to make sure I have enough room. And there we go. I'm probably going to have a 5x5 little lift here going down. I think the best way to probably mine that is to get some of our drills, as well as grab a pulley. So if we just attach our drills to the pulley, then I'm going to probably need to grab my power from our turbines in the distance over here. So let me set up a little temporary power line, I think, just until I decide exactly how I want to bring the power over there. There we go, that is the chains linked up, and we can actually grab onto these chains and make our way back to the mine. Oh, or not, because I apparently faced the wrong way. Oops. Must admit, I have not got to actually use this mechanic much until now. It's kind of fun. There we go. And now, hopefully, if I glue this all together, hook up this last bit of chain, should now start mining down. And I'm not entirely sure how far... Oh, wow, I'm really on the edge here, aren't I? I'm not sure how far I want this to go down. I guess I'm just going to kind of eyeball it as it goes. You know what? I think that's probably far down enough. And I think if I get ourselves a gearbox here and rehook this back up, we can bring the drills back up. There we go. And I can just more or less just remove this setup for now, because we're going to need to place in our stuff for our elevator. Although it would probably help if I actually cleared out the bottom of the elevator shaft so that we have somewhere to walk into. There we go. Just knocked out a bit of a small kind of cave looking room. It's obviously not decorated, but I'll do that once we actually get our elevator in. Okay, so for this elevator, we're going to need an elevator pulley. We just need to get ourselves some brass, some more carbon iron, and I believe the way that these work is that we do need to use some redstone contacts at both the bottom and the top, or at least for every level. That way our elevator controls actually know where to go. So let's place our pulley down, preferably in the right direction, and come up with a bit of an elevator design. And I think for this, I am going to use a bunch more of this industrial plating. So I do like how it looks. So we just come out here and create a little bit of a platform. And I think I am actually going to place some redstone contacts here and use some copycat stairs to wrap around the bottom. Now I think I'll use some of these vertical stairs, as well as some of these copycat panels on each side with some of this floral iron bar pattern, because I like how that looks. And then we are going to need some of the contraption controls as well. And I'll just place that there. As for the top here, I think what I'm going to do is also use some more stairs, place some girders, and get this all nicely glued up together. Now, of course, I do need to set up a redstone contact below. I think we are going to need to lower this floor by one and place a contact there. And now in theory, do I have to right click this or something? I think that worked. This is floor 0, or this floor 1, and then if we hit that, you come all the way down to this floor. Okay, perfect. You can even see the kind of belt going all the way up to the top. That was honestly a lot easier than I remember it being. Yeah, now we can very easily just move in between the floors. Perfect. Now I think the next thing I need to do is start building our next room over. Probably gonna have a little bit of a tunnel here and into a big old room where we're going to have our actual gold and terracotta farm. And I think a room about this big should be good for now. As you can kind of see in the top right, we are in thermal caves, so we did hit a bit of blackstone and stuff, but at least we didn't hit any lava, so nothing to get in the way. Now, in order to actually make our gold, we have a bit of a 10-step process, more or less. We can get gold nuggets from red sand. That is the most efficient way of getting it. And you can get red sand from terracotta, and of course you can make terracotta from clay blocks, and you can make clay blocks from clay balls, and you can get clay balls from sand, sand from gravel, and then obviously gravel from cobblestone. And that's pretty much what this room is going to pretty much be. Now, of course, we need to first start with our item vault, our chutes on top, with all the cobblestone that they need. And for this particular generator, I actually want to use some waterlogged drills because I'm going to double the drills up on the sides and the top because I want this to go pretty fast. at least compared to my other cobblestone generators in the past. Now you just make sure that these are all connected up once again with some chain drives. Then of course I'll need to fill these drills up with some water, as well of course some lava to go in between. And that's pretty much the basics of what we need for that cobble gen. I think what I should do is come back up here and looking to actually bring the power down underneath. Once again, this is probably not going to be a permanent solution, at least out here, but at least I can embed it into the walls just to bring the power where we need it. And with a little help of a rotational speed controller, we can get this going at full pelt. Though somehow the lava has managed to mess up. Let's try and fix this, shall we? Okay, yeah, the problem at hand is that I needed to place in another bit of lava here. And now it should all be working. There we go, perfect. That should be generating cobblestone pretty quickly, although the item vault doesn't update too often. But yes, already have 1,000 cobblestone in there, so I think that's pretty quick enough for now. Now next we're going to need a ton of crushing wheels, which means probably going back home and just using our mechanical crafter. And I'm probably going to need about 12 of them, I'm thinking, because I need 2 sets of crushing wheels to get it to gravel and then to sand. And I want to do that about 3 times over. So let's head back, grab some andesite alloys. I'm going to need quite a bit of it. And go ahead and use our mechanical crafter over here. And there we go, there's our 12 crushing wheels. And I think what I actually also want to do is grab some ochrum, because there is a color variant of these crushing wheels, which I quite rather like, which is the ochrum crushing wheel. So if I start setting up a bit of a belt system over here and split this out probably into about 3 different ways, and then we can throw a brass tunnel down to split that out. And then of course we'll need all our gearboxes for each of the crushing wheels. With all the gearboxes in the right place, we can hook this back up, and that should keep them going at full speed. Although I do need to switch the direction of this. There we go, everything should be going in the right direction now. And if I quickly just block off these belts so things don't go flying, throw down our brass funnel, and that can now start splitting all of our cobblestone up. As you can see, it's switching from gravel to sand pretty darn quickly actually, so that's good. And in fact, I may even switch this to force round robin just to make sure that 64 blocks goes in each time rather than being split into 3. Now the next thing I need to do is set up a washing system, and we're going to need some fans for that. Luckily we should have the resources for already, and it doesn't have to be particularly large. I need to set up some fans underneath and then also on the sides so that every spot gets at least 2 fans worth of cleaning. Then I just need to make sure that all of these are hooked up together. And if I just fill in this hole again, put down a item vault and get ourselves some more brass funnels to be placed down, I can set these up so that they take in clay and fill this area up with some water. And if we get this hooked up, now anything that enters here should be washed. And so the next thing to really do is hook these belts up so that we can get it all moved into the wash basin. I think actually if I leave this a little bit back, that should hop up just high enough to fall in to the inside. Although I'm suddenly realizing that the bottom fans aren't running, so I think I just need to turn these around. Okay, there we go. I fixed it up so that the fans at the bottom are blowing actually downwards so that anything should get thrown into here. And we already have 76 clay balls, so that's a good start. We hook up these last bits of belt. That should now be all thrown into here to be washed and placed into our item vault here, which is filling up with clay balls rather quickly. Now I must admit I did make this room probably kind of the wrong size. I think I made it way too wide and not long enough. I think I've come up with a different solution for that. Because what I need to do after these clay balls is turn them into clay blocks and then smelt them essentially to turn them into terracotta. And what I may do is create a separate room over here, which has all the smelting done in, just to be a little bit more interesting. So I am just going to probably run in a belt going in this general direction. We'll probably mine out a little bit of another small cave room like this so that we can place in all of our smelting facilities, because I have a little bit of an idea of what I want it to look like. And I do plan on decorating this room, by the way. I'm not just going to leave it as a weirdly empty open room. I'm thinking of placing a bunch of blocks to also make this room look a bit more cave-like like the others. But we'll do that after our furnace is ready. And there is that room carved out. And conveniently, we did get a bunch of blackstone, which I did want to use for this. But I do specifically also want some gilded blackstone. And I think the only way to get that is from bastions in the nether. Now, there is this one kind of destroyed looking bastion over here. And I might be able to find some gilded stuff. Although it's totally possible I may have to go somewhere else. As although there is some here, it's looking a little bit bare. But if I quickly come down to this chest and look inside, nope, not really anything in there. Okay, couldn't see much in that bastion, so we'll have to go find another one. I did find one at some point that actually had my netherite upgrade that I found, which I still haven't used, but honestly, I don't really remember where that was. And even if I look at the map, this isn't really helping me that much either. I think we were just at this one. Okay, a bit more searching later and I have found another one. Though I'm not sure if I'm going to get any much more lucky with this. I must admit, I didn't realize how rare the gilded stuff was, but that's fine. I'll be able to maybe grab enough for what I need. Okay, I managed to get myself 32. Hopefully that will do for now. It's not going to be a particularly large build anyway, so... But I did just want it for some decoration. Of course, there is a scaly over here, which I'm going to have to be careful of because I do not have great armor. Okay, there we go. Got rid of him. Because he was next to the portal, I'm vaguely scared there's going to be another one on the other side. So, here's to hoping I don't die. Oh, there's a little piglin, but I'm not seeing anyone else, so that's good. Safe for now. Now, as for our furnace room over here, I do want to use some of this gilded blackstone to figure out how the bottom of this is going to look. And I do like this kind of reinforced brick style. And this room is pretty small. I may have to enlarge it a little bit, but I think a base like that should be fine. And then I more or less just want to use some of these blackstone bricks, going up with a bit of this kind of gilded blackstone as well. Just going to do that on all sides. Also kind of build across the different walls because I also want to throw in some of these polished cut blackstone walls too so that we can see onto the inside. And I'm definitely going to probably make this roof a little bit higher in spots because I think I underestimated how tall I actually want this to be. And then I think on the sides, I'm going to add some of these withered engraved glowstone just because I like how it kind of matches with the rest of the coloring and also helps kind of light it up a little bit. And then we can throw in some walls up on the side too, just because I kind of like how that looks. And then as for the inside of this, I do just want to run a belt all the way directly through because I definitely want this place to look extremely lit up. And I think I'm going to use a bunch of campfires on the inside. Mainly because I like the smoke effect from it. You don't really get from lava, so I think this is the next best alternative. What I am going to have to do is place a bit of lava actually above and put some fans on top as well to blow the lava straight down, which should then cook any of the clay coming along here into terracotta. I do think it would still be nice on the sides here to have some blocks coming out with a bit of lava streaming out to kind of at least make it still look like it's a lava-powered furnace. Once again, I underestimate how large this thing is, to the surprise of absolutely nobody. Yes, so we can throw in some fans at the top here, that in case chain drives. And while trying not to burn myself on all these bloody campfires, I'm going to place down some copycat panels so we can actually place some lava on top of them. This is definitely proving to be a little bit difficult to place down. Probably should have placed those campfires last, but whatever. Then I think as long as I place some lava on each side, then yeah, the lava should move towards the middle and means that we get a nice good amount of cooking fans. And luckily these fans, it doesn't really matter how fast they're going, they will always cook at the same speed, but we're probably going to want to slow down this belt, which luckily I already made a couple of precision mechanisms for, so I can certainly start pulling away at this so we can get some belts going. I think what I might do here actually is place our rotational speed controller here, and therefore we can slow this down and bring that straight into our belt over here. Now I must admit, when I was designing this kind of like in my head, I didn't really think about actually how the fans on top are going to be hooked up, so this looks maybe a little bit ugly. I think maybe if we put some industrial iron on it, I think it'll probably look a little bit less ugly, at least. I think that at least blends into the background a bit better, and I could probably do that for these as well. Yes, with those fans turned on, this is now in theory cooking anything that goes through it. Now, I'm not going to walk in there because it's probably going to hurt a lot. I'm going to assume it's working. Now, of course, one thing I do need to do is make myself another basin as well as a mechanical press, because obviously we are going to need to crush our clay balls into clay blocks. And luckily that shouldn't be too difficult. So once it comes out of there, it should enter into this basin. And we can just use our chain drives to come up to the press. Now that is going to be pretty slow. I may have to move this over to work on the belt afterwards, just to make sure that this goes probably a little bit faster than it currently does. And I think something on this line should work, making sure that pretty much stays at full speed. Now, of course, these are moving quite slow, but we do have a bit of a backup in the item vault of clay balls, so I don't imagine there's going to be this many going. Once we kind of reach equilibrium, we should now start seeing the clay blocks moving through here, and hopefully it should be slow enough so that these should cook. Although, now that I'm looking at this, I might have to reverse the fans, because I think I actually need them to blow down, not up. I could just do that with a gearbox here just to reverse it around. And there we go. It's now blowing downwards like it should. So now as these pass through, it should be turning into terracotta. And yeah, it just finishes cooking by the time it makes it to the other end. So that's pretty much exactly what we needed. Now let me place some andesite casing here at the end just to stop that from being thrown off the end for now. And then I think I'm actually going to probably create one more cave room, probably coming somewhere off about here. That will do our last process of turning our terracotta into gold, and then we can turn those into gold ingots. And luckily, all I really need to do in here is bring in a belt line from the other room. And I essentially need to more or less split this line up into two. So I essentially just want one side to crush some terracotta coming through, and the other side to just let some terracotta through. So we're actually still holding on to both materials. We can use our brass tunnels to connect these, making sure none goes through the center and terracotta on the sides. Then of course we can bring that belt back together just to make sure that these all line back up. In fact, we can put some ochre on these as well so they match the crushing wheels in the other room. And I think actually I'm going to probably actually put these back just by one, just so there's enough room for the crushing wheel. And then I'll send that belt out all the way to the front. Although the first thing I need to kind of do is re-speed the belt up after it comes out of the system here. I think the best way to do that is probably split the belt. Have this come out the side here with a cogwheel. Then I can use an encased chain drive to connect those up. And we can put that all the way up to 256. And hopefully that should work quite nicely. If I switch this back around again, we can now see that it's going super fast. And then I just make sure that these are hooked up. And oh wait, I forgot a process. I forgot part of the process. I also need to change the red sand actually into the gold nuggets by washing it. Oops, forgot about that part. Let me just stop this again. Probably make this cave room a little bit longer. And there we go. I set up a quick washing system. I have 2 sets of fans for each part because luckily when you're washing stuff, having 2 fans on the bottom block and the top block counts as cleaning the same thing. And I've placed a chute down here that will take dead bushes and just put them straight into lava as we don't need them. And any gold nuggets will go through the funnel into this barrel and then out the other side. Then of course we are still making terracotta as well, so that is coming through here. And another thing I kind of forgot to do over here as well is actually place down another smart chute here with some lava underneath and put some flint in, because that is one of the byproducts and we don't want that going into here because it will just sit there forever. Now officially this should all be working rather nicely. I'm hoping the flint is getting thrown away, although I am definitely seeing the flint get thrown in still. Possible that I might have to move this chute back by one, or maybe it's just going through it so quickly that I might have to add a couple of chutes. I think if I add another one here just behind it, that might be enough for what we actually need to pick up any of it. And that does appear to be the case. So now we should only be getting sand and clay in here. Now I guess the only real problem is that I'm pretty sure I am making significantly more clay than I probably need to. I may set up some extra fans underneath this belt so I can get this belt moving a little bit faster than it currently is. Because for some reason I thought I would struggle more with keeping up with clay. I should really do the math of these things sometimes rather than just kind of making it on a whim, but whatever. And yeah, there we go. I have set up some lava underneath and that is now cooking it a bit quicker so we can speed up this rotational speed controller, maybe by about double. We'll see if that helps. In fact, actually everything is backing up at the moment because I'm not actually having it to go anywhere. Yes, that does appear to be working now, and that's at least now going double the speed that it was. I think the system might still be going too fast for it, but you know what? Whatever. It's good enough. Now I think the last thing I want to do is get this place decorated up. I need to grab some resources, but we're going to head into time-lapse mode. And there we go, much decorating later, and we're more or less done with what I wanted to do today. I decided to create a tiny little village next to the mine shaft, as that's kind of where the workers live. We've got a crane and some of these shipping containers which contain the terracotta and gold nuggets respectively. We also have this little bit of platform that isn't actually for anything, but I felt like it seemed a bit empty without it. And then we've got this kind of lift shaft thing, which of course doesn't actually connect to anything, but at least makes it look like the lift is controlled by something above. But now if we actually go in, we can go into our lift here, go down into the gold mine, And you can kind of see I've decorated the lift shaft too. But yeah, here we are down in the mines. I've obviously decorated this room with a bunch of leaves, some cave vines, tuff, coarse dirt, etc. And off into this room is our gold mine, where we obviously have all the grindstones there, turning it into sand and stuff, and then washing it to become clay and turning it into clay balls. And I think this room definitely looks better than what it did before when it was just one massive square room. So pretty pleased about that. And of course we come over here into our kind of furnace room where we're converting it all into terracotta. And once again, I used a mix of basalt and blackstone, threw in some lava and some magma blocks. And then once that's done, we come into here where it's split into terracotta and turned into red sand, which is then making us some gold nuggets before being sent off up into those chutes there before being shot all the way back up to the outside, where it's coming through the center here and going into each of the shipping containers. But yes, anyway, thank you everyone for watching today. I really appreciate it. Sorry that the videos have been a bit here and there. This video is 2 days late, as some of you may have been aware. I think in the future that I may aim for Thursdays instead, or at least like one video a week and not restrict it to a single day, but we'll see. But anyway, thanks again everyone for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye for now. In this episode, we'll be heading back to our main town and building a large redstone factory with the help of terracotta we started making from last episode. The factory will also become our main source of XP too, with a brand new blaze farm. However, before we get into that, I did make some changes over here back in our golden terracotta farm. The main thing being that I did double up these basins, so we are making double the amount of terracotta, or double amount of clay, sorry. And also thanks to a suggestion on the last video in the comments, I also added these belt funnels with a filter on them for 16 each. And I must admit, for some reason, I thought they would take significantly longer going through here to actually cook because they're a pile of 16, but surprisingly no. If anything, they actually cook slightly quicker than individual ones, which is very shocking to me. I don't know if I was just doing something wrong, but at least that has changed. And it now also means that we are no longer piling up clay inside of this item vault. So that's good. I also made some power changes as well, because honestly, midway through me adding that second mechanical press, I ran out of power. And honestly, the main thing was the fact that I had this speed controller going way too fast. And so a surprising amount of the power was being taken up by these chain conveyors. So at least we have an extra 80,000-ish SU left. So plenty for potentially some other things as well. Now, back in the town over here, I do want to place this new redstone factory around about here. And I've placed some spruce logs just to kind of get an idea of where I want it to be. I think this is going to be the middle position of it, because what I do always want to do is extend this road out here so we can potentially cross the railroad here. But that's for a different episode. But in general, I think this area could do with a bit of love. I still need to finish off this road, add the pavement / sidewalks to each side. So I think this is a good spot for it. And I think I'm going to just make a start by just flattening out this land, covering up all the holes, especially this massive one, and figure out exactly how this build is going to look. Also, oh, never mind, the arrow's gone. The arrow is there because I was getting some XP and it was broken, so I had to go get shot by some skeletons a few times. But anyway. And I'm thinking something like this for the base of our building. This kind of center circle part is going to be where we grow our nether wart, which is an important ingredient for redstone. And then going to have our typical kind of create contraptions wrapped around. And then once this building is actually built, I want to place some kind of spawner on top. Yes, with this layout ready to go, I think it's time to head into time-lapse mode. And there we go, that is the general structure of this building done. I did go around and finish off some last bits that I missed in the time lapse, as well as added a bit of floor inside and some light sources as well to make sure it's all nicely lit up. Now I still haven't built the actual spawner on top of the roof here, the blaze spawner that is, and I'll get to that once we actually reach that point in our redstone making process. Yes, one thing I haven't actually talked about is how to make redstone, at least in this mod pack. And to make it, you need potion of strength and cinder flower. Cinder flower is really easy, you just get that from netherrack. But potion of strength is essentially blaze powder, which is obviously what we need the blazes for. And then the awkward potion is from water and nether wart, which is what this big area in the middle is for. And I may have to even dig down a few levels to make sure that we actually are getting enough nether wart. Now, of course, one issue is actually making netherrack. And with create and additions, you can do the cobblestone and potion of healing method. But honestly, I feel like this is like kind of, it's over the top for netherrack. Like it's not that big of a deal. So what I've done is I've made my own recipe, which is a mixture of the nether wart, cobblestone, and some lava, and that will make us some netherrack. Now, I think the first thing I like to do is get this nether wart farm set up. So we're going to need to head to the nether for that, obviously. And obviously, luckily for us, we have a nether fortress right on our doorstep. But I must admit, I don't actually know where the room for all the nether wart is. I think it might be over here. And there is a skeleton coming after us. So I need to get a sword out before it comes along. Oh my god. Okay, that was close. I do not have great armor right now. In fact, I have pretty much no armor, so I need to really be careful about this. Ow. Okay, good. I did get withered, but that's fine. But here is some nether wart so that we can pick that up. In fact, actually, let me break all of this. I'm going to pick up the soul sand as well, because we are going to need some of that. I also like how there's just this massive crimson tree stem in the middle here. I'm not sure what that's about, but anyway. Okay, that gives us 54, which is a decent amount. And I can always use some more bone meal. And oh, hey, I found another room for us. So this should definitely help at least get our first plot in and ready. So let's head on back. And I did grab about 20 soul sand. I'll have to check my storage to see if we have any more. We definitely have some, but I'm probably going to need more than that. So let's grab some of this sand and we can go and throw it into our soul campfire, because I think this should turn it into soul sand if I'm remembering correctly. Yes, any kind of area of sand will turn into soul sand. So we just wait for that to be done. There we go. And oh, I did not realize actually once you enter that your sight gets a bit dark. Huh, interesting. Yes, I think what I am going to do is strip this floor down so that we can actually probably build a couple of floors for the nether wart, especially considering we're going to need a lot of it for both making the netherrack and the potion itself to actually get our redstone. And I think this depth should be good enough, so I can start replacing the floor here, I think, with all the soul sand that we need. And honestly, placing all the soul sand has made me realize how much of a weird noise it makes when I'm placing it down. It really does sound like a soul, which is obviously kind of the point. That's the first bit of floor done. Of course, I still need to decorate the walls, but I think I'll do that after I'm done with the contraption. And this looks to be about the middle point. So first things I'm going to do is grab a water wheel as well as some water. We can throw our water wheel in and get that spinning. So I think I want it to go the other direction. So there we go. I think I'll throw in a clutch in here so that once the rest of the infrastructure is done, we can make sure that the vaults don't overflow. Of course, we're going to need our mechanical bearing. I think I'm going to continue using some of these terracotta tiles, and we can use some of these mechanical plows to go alongside. I am realizing I should probably not make it go all the way out. It's going to collide into things, although once we get this thing moving, I can kind of decide on that properly. And of course, we can throw a barrel on top, and I'll have this extend upwards as well, ready for the next floor. Especially as that's probably where our portable storage interface is going to connect up to. Can make sure this is all glued together. together. And then we can get some of our nether wart down. And that's all I have right now. But make sure this is going right way and only place when the anchor is destroyed. I suddenly realize I should not be using the mechanical plows. Whoops. It's the harvesters I want, not the plows. Okay, let's try that again with the harvesters. There we go. Obviously, none of these are fully grown yet, but I mostly wanted to see to make sure that it's getting all of them, and it looks like it is. So I should probably go grab some bone meal, which we do have plenty of. Grab some extra bones just in case we need more. Stop this real quick and just start spamming the bone meal on the nether wart, but I have just realized that you can't do that. Why do I forget these things? I played this game for this long and I'm just like, oh, let me just do this thing. No, you can't do that. I mean, lucky for us, really, nether wart grows reasonably quickly, but I think what I may do is go to the nether and go find some more, I think, because I think it's going to take a little bit of time, and honestly, I don't really have time today. Not at all. Just for context, it's the day before I post the video right now, and as you can tell, I am not that far into the video. That's a tree. Also, I'm gonna be absolutely real with y'all. I forgot these trees are made out of nether wart blocks. I fully just forgot. My brain just was always like, oh, these are like red leaves or something, right? No, these are effectively a mushroom of sorts, a fungus. So I think this is going to be the easiest way to get the nether wart that we need. Of course, crushing these down into nether wart, I think there's only about a 25% chance of getting it. But considering how many blocks I can get from these trees, I don't think that's going to be that big of an issue. Okay, there we go. I've got 3 stacks of those. Of course, we can get a 25% chance of getting 1 nether wart from a block, which, to be honest, is kind of a little bit unfair in my opinion. I feel like you should at least be guaranteed to get 1, but oh well. Let's head on back and hopefully we'll have enough at least to get most of our farm covered. I think I'm just going to come into my train track maker here and just throw our nether wart blocks into here. And we did get an extra 56 from that, so certainly better than nothing. Okay, there is our bottom floor covered. Temporarily stop this and then start placing the rest of our soul sand. Then with all that soul sand placed, I can also set up the harvesters that I also need on this floor. Place down some more of our nether wart. Can grab our portable storage interface, and I think I'm actually going to connect up over here because I think I want to start my create contraptions over here going anti-clockwise or counterclockwise depending from where you're from. But let's make sure this is glued up to the rest, and I left myself a little hole so I can fall down into here still and turn this back on, and is now starting to harvest all our nether wart. Make sure to place the spots where it was placed, although that suddenly made me realize that apparently I have accidentally glued the soul sand, so whoops. Let's stop that again and fix the glue situation. Now we should all be good. I'm going to create a little temporary storage over here just so we can collect any excess nether wart for me to plant the rest, but that's that far more or less done. Now, of course, the first kind of step in this entire process other than the nether wart is the need for cobblestone. So I think I'm going to just probably add a little tiny cobblestone gen over here. I don't think I need it to be a very big one. We're not converting the cobblestone really to anything else. So I think what I'm going to probably do is do a 2x2, maybe make that about 6 wide, I think. And we can just do a one-sided cobblestone gen, essentially. Make sure to place our cobblestone on top of our chutes. And I will double up the drills at least, so on the bottom and the tops. Of course, make sure that all of these are connected up with some chain drives. Make sure to waterlog these drills and then have some lava on the side as well. As you know, we obviously kind of need that for the gen. There is our lava as well. I am going to need some power for this, obviously. So I think what I'm going to do is build some more of these kind of pylons as such. And I'm going to probably keep it on this side of the road. Because I think what I'm going to do is hook up from this line, because I've never really liked how that chain goes up there anyway, so I might figure out a different way of doing that. But let's continue this line over here, and I'll probably just line it up with our door. Probably just remove these windows here, have that power transferred to a chain inside. So I can transfer the power to our cobble gen. And there we go, there is that done. And we'll turn this off for now, just so it's not making too much noise. And actually we can check our Netherwart farm here. It's definitely been producing quite a little bit, so we can fill out the rest of this field at least. With that filled, we can now probably just pull straight from our portal storage interface here, because we're going to need some of that Netherwart and some lava to make the netherrack we need. So I think what I'm going to do here is pull out a belt from the storage interface. And we are going to kind of want this to go in two directions, because I need to split it in half. So I'm going to need a brass tunnel, split some of that going in this direction and some going forwards, because I'll probably move this forwards to perhaps a kind of mixer here, because I can pull directly out of our vault here with a couple of belts, obviously. I think I'm going to place my basin here. I'm leaving a gap underneath it because I need to bring some lava in. Throw on some andesite funnels. Make another belt on the other side here to pull out, as that's where our netherrack is going to come from. Of course, we're going to need our mixer and a way to connect up that mixer. I think I'll just use some chain drives and cog. And then, of course, like I said, I do need to hook up this to some lava, which obviously we do have some lava over at our power station. So probably going to pull directly from this pipe, I think. I have to be a little bit careful to avoid some things in the way. And I'm once again trying to outrun the lava as it's moving down this pipe. Though at this distance, I think it might be a little bit too far now, but that's okay. You can add a pump part the way down. And I did go ahead and convert that tower so that we can have a pump over here. Hopefully that should be enough distance for lava to fill here. Yes, there we go. We got lava in the basin. Okay, so now if we hook up this belt to power here, and of course make sure that the cobblestone gen is reconnected back up. Now I have cobblestone coming straight out into here. And I also need to set up these belts as well. So now when it comes back around, it should just spit it straight out, or not. Oh wait, never mind, it decided to randomly just do it now. That's a bit strange. But anyway, we now have our netherwart coming out and going straight into here and making our netherrack. And then just to make sure this continues to make the rack, I'll put that on the side and have it come out of here. You can also probably use this chain drive to get power out of that. There we go. Now, of course, we are going to need our cinder flower, so we are going to break this netherrack down. And I think I'll probably just do this here as well. You can move our belt along, grab some crushing wheels. We'll put in some gearboxes for that. So now anything going through is now turning into cinder flower. Perfect. And now I need to create a separate basin and mixer that also needs to be heated for our netherwart and water, which I guess we're also just going to line up with our crushing wheels over here. I did go grab a blaze burner so I can stick that underneath. We'll make ourselves another mixer. There we go. And of course, we're going to need a basin as well. And I am going to bend this pipe along so that it can meet up with our blaze burner here. Although I possibly may need to add another pump. We'll just stick that right there. And I guess I'm going to place a gearbox here, so we can have this one facing down, then also another one so we can actually hook that up to there. There we go. Now that blaze burner is being powered. I'm of course going to need some water for this, so I think I'm literally just going to place a small bit of infinite water source down here. So we can just put that straight in, although I have to be a bit tactical with this actually if I want it to go directly down. I think actually I might be able to place a bit of encasement there and then temporarily block off our lava so I can take the blaze burner. Do that. There we go. Place that back. Set up our pump down here. Making sure to, I guess, bring some power with a few more cogs in between. So there we go. We got some water in there, although there's also some lava in here, which I don't want that in there. So you can pull that out. There we go. Throw down another gearbox here. We should now have some of these coming out. We need to make sure I put in an andesite tunnel to go into our basin here. And then just like I did over there, I just need to set up our encased chain drive, pull that up to a cog. So now that is making us some awkward potion, which we're going to need to mix with some blaze powder to make our potion of strength. So what I'm going to do here is come up to our roof here, poke a hole in it, because up here is where I'm going to be building our blaze farm. I'm probably going to make it just pretty much a cylinder up here. So I think I'm going to have some belts on each side going out by about 6 and have them all funneled in to a center point to drop down with the help of the belts. And I more or less just want a cylinder of about that size. Then I can just wrap this around some of our industrial plating. And then also a bunch of glass. I'm gonna keep using this weathered iron windows. I use that for pretty much the rest of the build as well. Then of course a roof on top to keep all of our blazes inside. And that more or less done. I've set up some gearboxes on the sides to make sure that all these belts are running. And then I'm pretty much just going to make a bit of a platform here, because we're going to be funneling these guys down into a kill chamber of sorts. We're just going to use some copycat panels here because they're nice and thin and see through them, and I don't even have to put material on them. I think that works just fine. Basically, this platform is going to be essentially a little bit of an AFK platform, so I can actually be close enough to the spawners up there to make the blazes spawn. And then I also need to place a deployer. We can give this a sod, although actually we do need to add a filter to this. This sword has sharpness, looting, and mending on it, so that should kill them pretty quickly and also repair itself as it also gets XP from the blazes. Of course, this needs powering and so does the belts up here, but I think first before I hook up that stuff, I'm actually going to go get some blaze spawners. And I think the best way to do that is going to be by making a bunch of mine carts, as well as grabbing a cart assembler so that we can place it underneath and grab any spawners, as I did turn on that setting to allow me to do that. And now we do have this one very close to our portal, which I'm going to try and quickly grab before it spawns anything, hopefully. Put the cart assembler in, put a cart in, turn on the lever. And that now means we should be able to just pick that up. There we go, perfect. There's also one over here that needs to do the same thing too. Hopefully I can do it quick enough once again. There we go. Good start, good start. And then I believe there are 2 more over there, which honestly is really lucky for me. Having this many this close to each other, I feel like is relatively rare. But let's head over this way. We'll grab this one and this one. And there we go. That's 4 of them. That was honestly weirdly painless. I might want to find potentially 4 more at some point, just to give us maximum spawns. But let's put these 4 in for now. Now, I'm not 100% sure how I want to do this, but what I may do actually is do the contraption out here, grab the spawner, and then just place it inside, and do it that way around, rather than trying to place them inside, because I think that's just going to be a little bit easier. I just got to make sure I'm quick enough when I'm coming inside and placing it so that the blazes don't shoot at me. And this is going to get more dangerous as more blazes are spawning. Ugh. Okay, last one from this pile. Quickly put that in. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Well, there's our 4 spawners in. That went reasonably well, I would say. And now I just need to hook up these conveyor belts, which means passing the power up to the roof here. I think I may just do that over here. And so if I connect this up, it is going the wrong way, so that's a good start. And there we go, there is all the belts heading the right direction and pushing all the blazes into the center. So now, as you can see, they're all here and definitely making a lot of noise. So what I'm going to do real quick is place some chutes underneath this just to start moving things out. With a little temporary barrel underneath. And then I'm going to try and hook it up to that power line as well, I think. And there we go with that. Now if I just turn this around, preferably in the right direction, and then I switch this to an attack mode instead. Ow. That will now kill everything inside. Although apparently that is the wrong sword. Give back. Actually, no, it's not. It hasn't got sweeping edge on it. Okay, well, I guess this radius is bigger than I thought it was going to be. I'll have to be a little bit more careful, I guess, when approaching this thing. But we now have stuff being put into this barrel. We already have a ton of XP. and our blaze rod, so that's perfect. I'll have to split this out into separate bits of storage. Now, one other thing I think I'm going to do as well is actually place a fan underneath here, because I would like to bring some power down to this fan, and hopefully that is blowing straight down. So it was indeed blowing the wrong direction, so throw in another gearbox, and now any kind of blazes that gets kind of a little bit stuck at the top there should now just be pulled straight down to the fan, and it kind of prevents them kind of floating as well. So cool. Now, next thing I want to do is bring this belt, I think, along to the other side of the building, where I'm going to start putting some of these things together. Drop down any stuff coming from our deployer also onto this belt as well. And then I can separate the things out. I think on this side, I'm going to add a brass tunnel, which I'm going to use to essentially split out our blaze rods over here out from everything else. Once again, throw down some gearboxes and some crushing wheels, which will obviously turn those into blaze powder, which we're going to need to mix with the awkward potion. What I think I'm going to do is add a smart fluid pipe and then build a pipe going all the way around, probably just above the conveyor belt, just for the sake of making everything a bit compact. And I can make this probably look a bit more interesting at some point. I think I'm going to place a blaze burner over here with a mixer, take this pipe kind of straight in and on the side there, I think. Although perhaps maybe I'll have it come along here and into the side like that instead. I will of course need to bring in some more lava for this blaze burner, and we can pull off the pipe that we made earlier and put that straight into the blaze burner. There we go. I'm going to add a pump here to hopefully start pumping awkward potion out of there and into this basin over here, which is indeed working. And I think I'm going to once again pull out of here, bring up a pipe into a spout so that I can get the potion of strength to placed on any cinder flower going by. And if I just pull some of this strength potion into here, I should make sure that the awkward potion isn't pulled out. And also do the same over here with the awkward potion to make sure nothing else gets pulled out for any reason. So if I just hook up another pump over here, just start pushing it through. And if I throw some more cinder flower on there again, oh, in fact, actually, I think I may need to reduce this down by 1 instead. Now, if I throw the cinder flower on there, it will now be turned into redstone. Perfect. Now here, I can probably just make a big old vault so we can store our redstone. There we go. Then I also need to store our XP. I'm just going to place like a kind of smallish vault here because I think I do want to potentially pipe this elsewhere, but for now I can just have it all go into this item vault. I think what I'm also going to do is place some additional storage on the lines like this to prevent anything backing up, including over here as well. I think actually I should probably place a brass funnel here instead so that things actually come out a little bit quicker. And one weird thing that does actually come out of our blaze farm sometimes is ash, and I don't want ash. So I think what I'm going to do here actually is a smart chute below just for ash and put some lava down. And hopefully that should prevent any backups from occurring. But yeah, there we go. That's more or less what I wanted. Got my redstone dust building up rather nicely. I don't think I'm ever going to use that much redstone. Now, really the final thing to do is to kind of, spruce this place up a little bit. The floating pipe looks a bit weird, and I'm not entirely sure if I actually want it here. I might reroute it somewhere else. So what I'll do is I'll do a little bit of decorating, including on the outside here as well, and bring you back in to show the final result. Okay, there we go. That is more or less what I wanted to get done today. I wasn't able to finish quite everything, didn't get my pavements in, didn't extend my road down, blah, 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 blah. But I did get the factory mostly done. I placed some of these massive tough bricks outside with some barrels, some grass, some of these azalea leaves, just to add a little bit of color other than red. Then also threw in some fans into some of the windows, as I feel like that's kind of typical to see in some factory settings. I also placed some on top of the roof as well to kind of look like they're like air conditioning or something. And then on the inside, I placed, some redstone blocks down, added little bridges over the conveyor belts, and a bit of blocks of experience, tank full of awkward potion, and I kind of added some structures around the pipe so that it doesn't look like it was floating so much, and I think it looks alright. Of course, I've got these copycat panels to act as fences as well, so that it looks more like a proper factory environment. But anyway, thank you everyone for watching today. I really appreciate it. Hello to all the new subs from last week's video and beyond. There's been over 150 of you, which is definitely a lot for me. So thank you all for subscribing. I super appreciate it, and I hope to see you next time. Bye-bye for now. Last episode, we returned to the town and built a big redstone factory with a bonus blaze farm. And in this episode, we'll be building a honey farm and limestone factory with bonus calcite too. Welcome back everyone. I think I want to fill in some areas over here closer to the main storage over there. And I'm thinking where I've kind of placed this cobblestone is where we're going to have our honey farm. I think the first thing I'm actually going to do is make a little small cage of leaves and such with some azalea leaves kind of spread in between, because I do want to create a little bit of a temporary home for our bees while I'm building the main structure. And I think something as simple as this will do for now. We obviously have our flowering azalea leaves for the bees to pollinate themselves with, and now I need to just go and get myself some beehives. Now over in this cherry grove, I know that I saw some beehives over here, and I think I actually picked up one and moved it at some point. I have one here, currently has one bee in it, and I believe I have two over here. Yeah, here we go. Two bee nests over here, both with 3 bees in actually. Although apparently I can't pick these up with carry on. I thought I could. Unfortunately, all our bees have gotten out now, so I'm gonna have to wait for them to get back in, but let me figure out a way of picking these up. I might just have to use some minecart contraptions, I think. Scratch that, I found the setting to be able to pick these up. We take this over to our little leaf cage, I guess. We can place our beehive in there, and I think a bee just got out. Yep, it sure did. Get back in, please. Thank you. I think I'm going to grab some flowers from my storage because I would like to breed some of these bees together. So grab some cornflower. Then I can also actually grab the stuff that I need for a beehive. And I do luckily already have some honeycomb. So we can make at least one for now. We can just throw this inside and maybe give our bees some flowers. There we go. We have our first 2 bees together, and there's our little tiny bee. Oh my god, they are actually so cute, especially with that new animation mod. Perfect. And I think I'll go and grab the other ones as well, just so we can speed this process up a little bit. Yoink. And another yoink. Now this one only has 2 bees in it, so at least I have space for another bee. I'm not sure where the other one went. That's okay. And I think that will do for now. I can try and breed up some more of these bees as well. It looks like I can do this one, but I have to wait for another bee to come out. This one just bred recently. Okay, there we go. I bred up a few more, so we have, I think, 4 baby bees now, including ones that are still in the beehives. And while they grow up, I think it's time to build our honey farm. And I do want this to look a bit like a greenhouse or like a sanctuary of sorts. So I'm going to need a bunch of spruce, which I can get from my tree farm, but I also want some yellow terracotta. Is that kind of, you know, it's the same color as honey. And I think I have a yellow bucket of dye here, which I do. And I can also grab some terracotta, although I do actually have some yellow terracotta, so I guess I can grab that as well. There we go. And over here, what I've been doing is pulling out our water and then just throwing in our dye. So I can then just throw in some more terracotta for that to turn into yellow terracotta. And I'm going to cut some of these up into the column style. Well, let's grab our stripped spruce logs and turn these into some edge stripped spruce logs as well. And then kind of start building the basic structure of this little greenhouse I'm going to do. And I think something this size will do just nicely. And I think you can kind of agree as well that the yellow terracotta, I think, looks quite a lot like honey without, you know, actually being honey. I, of course, need to landscape around so it's not just on a big slab of dirt. But we'll get to that once completed more of the structure. I think I'll just continue capping this off with some more stripped spruce logs. And then use some of this oak diamond bordered glass in between, because I kind of like how that looks. In fact, actually, instead of using some logs here as well, I think I may also try and throw in our terracotta up here as well. And I think I can throw some of these pointless spruce trap jaws, as they're called, which is kind of hilarious, just so they at least have like a wooden outline. And then I think also throw in some stairs and maybe a glowstone lantern at the top. And I'm liking how that's looking. I think I'm going to probably repeat that design all around and then come up with some kind of entranceway as well. I think something on these lines will work. I added some of these folding doors to get on the inside using some of this green glass, and hopefully that should mean that none of the bees get out. And then as for the roof itself, I think I want to use a bunch of stairs and slabs. So actually maybe just stairs to kind of slowly move up towards the center. I think something on those lines will work. Can use some more spruce logs in between everything, perhaps up a little to stick out the top. There's of course our glass that we were doing. And that could be more or less what I want for the sides of the building. As for the roof itself, I think I am just going to keep using some stripped spruce logs and bring it all the way to the other side. And I think use some more of this kind of green stained glass that I used for the entrance doors over there. Then I think probably just fill in this area with some more stairs to cover up the holes, and then continue that design pretty much more or less all the way along. And there we go. I went ahead and kind of decorated the outside as well. Added some of these picket fences, obviously some grass, more azalea leaves, a little table, and fix up the landscaping as well so that it's not just a floating bit of dirt. And as you may also see at the top here, I've also got this kind of honey bottle that's kind of tilting over and spilling honey into the inside. Now, obviously the inside is notably not full of honey right now. And that's because I do want to fill this with honey blocks at some point, but I just haven't made enough yet. I did set up a small little tank back here, which is slowly filling up with honey from the beehives on the inside, but about 13 buckets is probably not enough right now. In fact, I know it's not enough, but we do have 6 beehives in here now, and as you can tell, a lot of bees. So my hope now is to start moving them onto the inside, where I think I might add a little honey river kind of going through the middle, which of course I am going to need, again, more honey. But a little honey river going through the middle, which the bees shouldn't be killed by as far as I'm aware, because I think water does. And I'm also hoping that the bees don't try and escape through that hole there. I don't think they will. I'm not actually sure. But for now, I think what I'm going to do is actually remove some of these windows back here. I think I want to place some tanks down to actually hold on to all of our honey, one on each side. And then I think from our honey source here, I obviously said I do want to make a kind of river. You can just kind of have it meander through towards these tanks, potentially even splitting up into 2 separate branches. Then have a couple of pipes, I think, just coming out from the tanks into the river, although I won't actually use these pipes because what I think I'm going to do is decorate the inside of this place with a bunch of different plants, mosses, etc., so that we have a rather nice environment of sorts. And we can kind of shortcut this a little bit by just throwing some moss down, I think, and using some bone meal on top of that just to spread it around. And also, of course, throw down things like sunflowers and other little flowers too for the bees to interact with. And then with this room all nicely filled with flowers and stuff, I'm going to want to figure out some spots. I want to place some beehives and then obviously pipe them up. So let me dig a few spots in the ground here, just to get an idea of where I think I want some of these to be, and then probably try and connect up all these holes together so that we can pipe them all up. Then of course I also need to actually pipe them in the tanks themselves. Probably going to have to place a pump down here just to make sure that it's all moving towards the tanks. So let's get these pipes in. And I'm not going to overly complicate this pump design. I think we're just going to use a little tiny water wheel like we did with our other one. There we go. And I guess the next thing is to start moving some of the beehives in here. And I must admit, this is probably going to be a little bit difficult to do, especially as a bunch of these bees aren't even inside their hives right now. Although this one currently has 3, so I'm going to move this one down, try and get it outside real quick. There we go. And I can just place this on one of the pipes, and any bees that are in here should be able to come out and interact with all the flowers and stuff. Then I just need to do that with all the other beehives as well. In the process of doing so, I accidentally picked up one of the doors when I was trying to place out a beehive, and now it's stuck in my hands. So this is a bit of a problem. If I do carry on place. Okay. I place the item down weirdly here, and it looks very broken. So I'm just going to break that and place our door back down again. I'm going to leave that for now. Continue with our bees. And I think some bees might have gone out. Although with any luck, they would have gone inside where all the flowers are. And I think that might be the case. So thank God. Yeah, there's 3 bees in here and 3 bees in there. Okay, we're good. We're good. We can continue. And okay, other than that slight mishap with the door, it looks like we've managed to get all our beehives in here, and they all have at least 3 bees each. Although seemingly none of them have come out yet. I don't know if that's an issue where they can't get out. Do I need to break this? Because I think maybe the holes need to be visible without anything blocking them. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, yes, I think that's what it was. So let's make sure that all these bees can get out. And there we go, much better. All the bees hanging about now. Now, I did notice with our little cage over here that there are more bees in here. And so I don't know if I should just like kill them or make a couple more nests or something, but I think I'm just going to leave them in here for now until I make that decision. And in theory as well, we are getting some honey starting to appear in these fluid tanks. Now build up over time. And we already have almost a full tank over here, just underneath 30 buckets worth, so that will be very useful. I think what I'm going to do is actually pull some honey from our tank over here and start trying to fill in the river on the inside. Pretty sure this is going to need to be mostly source blocks, so this is going to be a bit expensive to do, but we'll get more over time, it's fine. And that's kind of part 1 of what I wanted to do today, because the other thing I need honey for is limestone. And there's no way to see it through JEI. Basically, once lava and honey interact together, like how water and lava interacts to make cobblestone, honey and lava combine to make limestone. Okay, slight tangent, but I was about to go and get some stuff ready to do our next build here. And it started raining, started storming, and oh my God, speaking of which, a lightning strike hit our driver for our truck and killed them. You can even see driver has gone missing and it happened right in front of me. Oh my God, everything's going wrong. I'm going to sleep. Anyway, I need to go and get another driver now. You know what? I'm going to come to my little mob cave because for some reason all the mobs in this area have all decided that they're going to live in this cave. So I'm going to take one of the pigs this time. Let's put this guy in and hopefully he will just continue on. There we go. Off he goes into the distance. Poor cow from before. But I think I'm going to place this limestone factory right behind me here next to our honey factory. And I mostly just need to quickly flatten this area out a little bit so we can build on top. And I definitely think I'm going to be using a mixture of spruce and diorite and some pale oak planks to go with it. Because I do like how these two look next to each other. And I think a building of about this size is what we're going to do. I'm going to have an entrance coming into the building here. And I'll have to build a little pathway down towards it. But we build up some of the front wall here to get an idea of what we want. And I do want this building pretty tall. Something about that height. And then probably add a few floor breaks in between. I think I'm going to throw in some copycat slabs in between these so that we can throw in some terracotta while keeping some depth to the building. Probably throw in some fence posts along the sides as well. Then I think at the top probably throw in kind of typical deep slate roof. And I think I actually want to continue the spruce logs through so that they stick out. And I'll probably repeat that same design on the other side. But as for the middle part, probably only going to make this bit about 2 floors tall, just for a little bit of height variance. I'm actually going to throw in a window here as we don't actually currently have any for this building yet. Don't worry, I definitely plan on having some windows on the roof. And speaking of roof windows, I think I want to place in some roof pieces here. For the explicit reason of actually placing in some of our new little bits of roof. Now these are from McCaw's. The nice thing about these ones is that these can actually open up. I think if we open up some of these, that makes the roof at least look a little bit more interesting from a distance. And actually the other thing I'd like to do here is remove some of these bits because I actually want to place some of these copycat stairs down so that we can actually add a little bit of variance to the bricks. Kind of make it look like some bits of the brick have been cut out for whatever reason. And then let me repeat this design on this other side here. And yeah, there we go. It's something like that, I think. I, of course, need to build out the rest of the sides. But I kind of like this, I always want to say like Scandinavian style kind of building. Looks a bit industrial with some like more wood elements. But yes, I think I'll build the rest of this and see you guys in a second. And there we go, there is the basic exterior done, and I also throw in a bit of a floor and some metal girders for the inside. I did do a little bit of basic landscaping around, but especially on this side, it's looking a bit plain. And the reason for that is kind of want to build another building here, so I'm not going to waste time making it look pretty, but at least it looks good enough for now. Now, as for the inside, I need to start prepping the things that I actually need to make our limestone and calcite. And of course, just for the limestone, I am just going to pretty much just use to make a cobblestone generator, but with honey instead of water. So we are going to need quite a few drills, and I'm actually going to need also a cobblestone gen to go with the limestone generator, more specifically for the limestone. So I'm just going to make a bunch of these drills. I'm going to throw both of these generators kind of in these little alcoves a little bit. And I'll probably do the same kind of 2x2 situation. Well, actually, no, I am going to do the 3x3. Although perhaps slightly sunk into the ground. Although actually, you know what? I'm going to have to scrap this idea. I don't think there's going to be enough room around to place all the components. So let me think of something else. Okay, there we go. I've placed down 2 different vaults, just a little bit outside of the alcoves, honestly, at the end, because this is going to work better for us. But we'll start off with our limestone one, actually. And I think if this works like the cobblestone ones, I am going to need to place some limestone here instead. Of course, we're going to need our drills on top. And I guess we can throw in some on the sides as well, just to speed it up a little bit. Make sure everything's nicely covered up so we don't have anything spilling out everywhere. And oh wait, actually, no, I can't do it this way, because I believe only drills can be waterlogged, not honey logged. So actually, we're going to just leave it to the normal drills and leave some spots for the honey to sit. Make sure that all of this is hooked up with some encased chain drives, fitting together. Bring this down to hook up to some outside power. And of course, we are going to need some honey. So if we come back in here, these two are being filled out quite nicely. We got 45 buckets in here and 8, almost 9 buckets in there. So let me just throw on a hatch and grab some honey to place in our generator. I think I'll actually throw that in the middle, as I do have less honey compared to lava. So throw in our lava as well on each side, and then just more or less need to grab our power. And conveniently, actually, we do have a bit of a power source out here, so we can probably come off this chain conveyor. And I think I'll have it enter the building up here. Fortunately, this is not an odd number, so it's going to be slightly offset, but that's fine. And if we hook this all up, bring the power through, perhaps actually what we could do is bring the power through the center here. And that way, instead of bringing in a chain conveyor around the back, though let's not leak a bunch of honey everywhere, preferably, I can just bring in case chain drive over there, and then I think just come directly up into it. Now throw on some casing so it doesn't look so weird. But now we appear to be making a bunch of limestone, which should be appearing in this item vault. Yep, there it is. There is our limestone building up rather nicely. And I'm going to unconnect it real quick, just so it's not making too much noise. And then make our equivalent cobblestone generator over here as well. And God, how many cobblestone gens have I made this season? Too many. The logical thing would have been for me to have a centralized one, but that would have made sense. And if there's one thing that I don't make sometimes is sense. I think that's been pretty obvious throughout this series. There is our water, our lava, of course. Hook it up with our encased chain drives. And there we go. We now also have a bunch of cobblestone as well. Perfect. Now, the reason I actually need the cobblestone is for calcite specifically. To make it, we're going to need gravel, calcium-rich powder, and lava. And the calcium-rich powder is actually from crushing down limestone. Obviously gives us the calcium-rich powder and also this suspicious rock. which we'll be dealing with at a later date. So yes, I'll need to crush down the limestone into calcium, and then obviously the gravel needs to come from crushing from cobblestone. And I think what I'm going to do is do something similar to what I did in my tuff factory, where I just drop it straight out from a vault into a millstone. Probably going to add about 5 on each side, about the same length as the vaults. Make myself some more andesite funnels so we can just plop those straight in. I think have some very short belts coming out from these and moving down towards, I think, some kind of mixer. Although perhaps maybe I should have some rollers instead, so they can just roll straight onto the belt. And by rollers, I mean copper drains. And by copper drains, I mean item drains. Obviously, just pop these all down here and throw on some funnels coming out of these. And I think I'm actually going to extend this out a little bit and split the belts, because I am going to want to take some of this gravel at some point and split it out into potentially the other building I was talking about. So we'll leave that ready to go. I'm going to want to get this mixer in. Or actually it's a compactor, but whatever. I think I can just place this directly onto the belt. So brass funnel on one side and andesite on the other. Throw in our mechanical press above, as well as our encased chain drive to go up and power that. Now just make sure that only calcite is being made and coming out of this funnel. And then I can just throw in another storage vault here, I think, just to hold on to all of our calcite. Now I just need to hook this all up to power, at least the belts and stuff. Though let's not forget to do a brass tunnel there with gravel facing that way. And I think what I'm going to do is throw down a gearbox onto here. And I think bring down another encased chain drive, so I can hook up this belt as well as that one. So now if I rehook this chain up again, that should start working. And then, oh, actually, I did forget that I also need to set up these as well. So I'm probably just going to use a couple of gearboxes here facing upwards with some cogs on top. Hook those up. And there we go, that's all now coming out into here. Now, there might be an issue where I get a bit of an imbalance. So perhaps I should split this belt into 2. That might be a better idea, actually. Okay, there we go. I split this up into 3. 1 for gravel, 1 for the calcium, and then also 1 for our suspicious rocks as well, which is going to go into a separate vault over here. And I also converted all of these into brass belt funnels so that they only output at 64 at a time, because otherwise this belt's going to get overwhelmed very quickly. Yeah, the last thing I need to do for the actual calcium is actually get in some lava into here. And of course, we already have some lava pipes under the ground here, but not really going in this direction. So I'm probably going to have to pick up from here and head underneath all the rails and stuff. So let's come into our train track maker and start bringing the pipe over. Sure, I'm probably going to need another pump to make it all the way there too. Now our lava goes pretty far down this pipe based on the particles. Obviously definitely not all the way that we need it to go. So I think I'm going to actually pull off the power for our bowl factory here to give it a little bit of an extra boost. And there we go. I now have the lava coming all the way to here, although it's filling up very slowly. I did end up adding an extra pump kind of nearby our lumber yard here just to get it the extra way, but I need to figure out how to increase the amount of lava getting here. It definitely seems like a small amount. I guess some of this is being piped towards what I think is our tuff factory. Yeah, it's filling up all these basins for our andesite and tuff, so I guess that's where most of the lava is going. Because if I do a quick test real quick and just remove that line and head back over here, okay, yeah, that is now notably getting more lava than it did before. So do I need to double up the pipes? That might be something I have to do. I didn't think that was going to be something I had to do, but maybe it is. Honestly, for now, I think instead of adding more pipes to the situation, I think I am just going to turn off the system for now so that we can redirect some of that lava to our calcite farm here, because we certainly have enough tuff for now. I ended up changing this system again a little bit so that the gravel and the calcite was separated out. Now we're making calcite relatively quickly, and any suspicious rock is going in here as well. Yeah, I think now the last thing I want to do is kind of decorate the inside of this place, make it a bit more factory-like, as well as the outside of the building. And I'll see you momentarily. There we go, there's the last bit of decorations done. Added a little bit of a chimney coming out the sides, obviously a bunch of foliage and some paths going around. And on the inside, add a bit of a limestone and calcite pile. Added some fences around the conveyor belts, added little bridges as well so we can still move over things without being dragged along. And then I also did one more thing where I finally placed in some honey blocks inside the bottle. Now it's not actually completely full, it's only like the edges, because turns out it takes a while for this amount of honey to be made, but that's okay. I can always fill it up as time goes by. But anyway, I think that's all I have time for today. Thank you everyone for watching today, I really appreciate it, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye for now. Last episode, we set up a honey farm with the help of some bees, as well as a limestone and calcite factory using the honey from said honey farm. And in this episode, with the help of Create Aquatic Ambitions, I'm building a rundown Lapis and Prismarine factory with the help of some conduits. But yes, welcome back everyone. Our honey farm has been slowly producing the honey to a point where this river is now almost full, and I haven't been able to play that much between videos, so this is a decent amount considering. And then over in our limestone farm and calcite too, things are going pretty well. I've set up a threshold switch for our cobblestone gen to make sure it doesn't overproduce, and I like semi-fixed the lava situation. This is now always full, which is good, because before we were having issues of it filling up, even with the tough factory off, which it is currently. But essentially what I've done is on any kind of major junction, I've added these like fluid tanks, because as far as I'm aware with Create, these pipes work that if they have a split for whatever reason, like we have over here, the lava will get like essentially just split in two. And so if you have like several splits going down a pipe, it eventually just gets to a point where like there's not much lava left at the end. And I think having the fluid tank kind of like tricks the system into like resetting that back to full again. I don't know if that's true. I might be just lying. I don't know. But it at least fixed our problem. And of course, like what I said in the intro, we are going to be making some Prismarine and Lapis today. And you may remember from last episode that I was going to bring our gravel out from our line over here. And the reasoning for that is to make our Prismarine shards first. We of course can use Lapis, but with Create Aquatic Ambitions, that's kind of hard to say, we can use a conduit to turn flint into our Prismarine shards, which is going to be obviously way easier. And of course, to make a conduit, we are going to need a bunch of Nautilus shells and a Heart of the Sea. And like for us, I did already have a Heart of the Sea when I was adventuring earlier in the series, but I don't quite have enough shells yet. And that's what these suspicious rocks are going to be for, because when we take these suspicious rocks, we can break them down into some bone meal or bones, and also a small chance to get Nautilus shells. So we can certainly do that just to get the Nautilus shells we need. And then to get our Lapis, we more or less simply just need to break down either normal Prismarine or Prismarine bricks. I think I'll be doing Prismarine bricks, just for the pure reason that we also get some additional copper and some more experience as well, and like I will always take more experience. Now I'm definitely thinking of building it down here somewhere, although I may possibly build a little bit of a cliff up here so we get a bit more of a flat area, just so it's a bit easier to build on. Then I think a cliff kind of like that's going to work. I just need to kind of texture it, add some grass on top, and then we can start building our actual building. There we go, there is our decorated cliffs with some more leaves and stuff. We do have a little bit of grass change up here because we are heading towards the Moonlight Valley. But considering I kind of want this to look a little bit run down, it almost looks a little bit like pollution maybe? I don't know. It will be fine. Now as for our building over here, I do want it to be a bit of a unique shape. And by that, I mean kind of more 45-degree angles and other angles rather than just, you know, your typical 90 degrees like I have with my other buildings. And honestly, the main reason I want to do that is I installed a new mod called Create Bits and Bobs, and for one it has these weathered metal girders, which are just like the normal girders, but you know, weathered. And I've honestly been really looking forward to these being added to the normal ones, so really happy about that. Then there's also these weathered girder struts. I can show those off real quick by extending this up a little bit. And you know, your typical girder, it goes in a straight line, it's fine, nothing too amazing. But with these other ones, we can actually have it go at different angles, and honestly, I love this. I've been wanting to have this kind of thing for honestly ages, and Steam and Rails kind of has its own thing with the tracks and being able to use the monorail tracks to kind of emulate this. But one, we don't have Steam and Rails, and two, they're like too big, so I'm very, very excited about these. And the nice thing about these as well is that you can kind of play around with them a little bit. So for example, if I have this go towards the ground, I can kind of make it look like this broke at some point and is now, you know, just hanging down towards the ground. And I think that'll help with the abandoned fill that I'm going for. And we can even use some blocks like this to connect up to them and then remove the block in between. And we can have another kind of different style broken strut. Overall, I love this. I'm probably going to be making a lot of my other factories look maybe slightly more worn down than usual. I don't know. We'll see how long I obsess over these too much for. Yes, if I build up the rest of these pillars for now, I can get more of an idea of what kind of shape I want for this building. We can obviously use our girder struts to connect up some of these other parts as well. I think something along those lines should be good for now. Now I just want to properly place down some of these mossy bricks, which I am going to use a mixture of the typical mossy ones, some cracked ones, and also just, you know, normal bricks as well. I think I do want to use these diorite bricks and pale oak plank bricks, just like how I did on my Limestone Factory. And of course, use our weathered window panes again, because I always love these. I've kind of wrapped that design around for now. And as for our second floor, or third, depending on how you want to count it, I want to use some of this mangrove wood just to add a bit of splash of color, I think. And I think I'm going to go for something along these lines. Maybe some trapdoors at the top here just to add a bit of texture difference. And yeah, I think this is taking shape quite well. I added some of this kind of mossy stone bricks on top, some leaves, etc., putting on the bottoms as well, and obviously still need to build the rest of the building and decorate as well. But now I think I'm going to complete the rest of it off camera and bring it back in a second. And there we go, that is done for the most part. I have obviously finished all the other walls and added a roof on top. We have this new entranceway with a path coming down from our limestone farm into here with a bunch of these weathered girders again that are, you know, a little bit broken. We have some holes in the roof and some water pouring through as well. Some old broken walkways on top. And then obviously through our holes in the roof, we have some water tanks as well, just for that extra bit of decoration. And then one addition I did make to this building is also this thing over here. One thing I've been actually needing as well is a proper kelp farm. And I figured, considering we're right next to the water, that it would probably make sense to actually kind of make it part of this build as well. So I'm going to have to throw in some kelp in there at some point, including all the contraption to make that work. But yeah, overall, I'm actually really pleased with this. I think I did a pretty good job at making this kind of look a little bit abandoned and old, with the use of like the water coming off the roof, outside of the pipe going into it. And I think I will at some point go through in with some copycat stairs to kind of add a few holes in the walls. But for now, I like to actually start with the create contraptions part of this. And the first thing I like to do is actually bring down this belt to our other factory over here. And I'll probably bring the power down through here with some chain drives and have that come straight into a mill so we can change that into flint. Of course, we can have a belt coming out. Make sure to power that as well. I think actually I'm going to throw down a brass tunnel here just to make the entrance to that look a little bit better. And of course, to actually make our Prismarine shards, we are going to need a conduit, which of course is the Heart of the Sea and Nautilus shells. So I am indeed going to grab a couple of stacks of this suspicious rock, head back to my warehouse over here to give them a bit of a wash, see what we get out of them. And that got us a bunch of bone meal, some bones, and quite a few Nautilus shells. So I think Should at least have one more in here. Certainly do. And then if we grab my Heart of the Sea, we can then put it all together to get our conduit. Now you see that gave us a new recipe because we have this conduit cage, which is what we're going to actually be using instead of a typical conduit. And for that, I'm going to need some of these Prismarine alloy rods and just alloy. And to make this, I need some copper nuggets and some Prismarine. Now, of course, I don't actually have any Prismarine yet. So the way I'm going to do that for now is actually grab some Lapis and haunt it, because I do at least have quite a bit of Lapis at this moment in time. So we'll grab that and throw that into our haunter over here. And then with that done, we get a bunch of shards and crystals. And then I already have some copper ingots, so we'll change those to nuggets. We'll make our prismarine for what we already have, and then make a few alloys. Now each one of these rods requires 2 of those. We need 5 of them, so that's actually going to be pretty much all of these. So I'm actually going to need a little bit more lapis. There we go, now we have enough alloy. Then we can make our conduit cage. And I think what I want to do with this cage is actually put it into a kind of water tank of sorts, which I'm probably going to place over here. And I think I want to make it look a bit run down, kind of like the rest of this building as well. Maybe something simple like that will work. I think if we bring our belt all the way through, there we go. And then I think I'm just going to place our conduit cage there. Now the thing is going to need a water source to actually run. And while this area I think is going to be filled with water, I am probably just going to stick a pipe going underground into just a infinite water source. And there we go, there is that hooked up. Even has this nice little particle effect going on. But I did have to move it out from the belt because you can only put water from underneath, it turns out. So I'm probably going to have to change this system up a little bit just to make sure that things are actually being channeled properly. Okay, after a few adjustments, I came up with a different design, putting the conduit back in the middle, but using a vault to kind of get around not being able to pass it straight through. And I think I'll place a fan over here. So now anything along this belt line should get channeled by our cage. Now I was originally going to fill this up with water, but I don't actually know if it's going to work, or at least it might look a bit weird. So perhaps I should keep with more of the abandoned vibe and just make it seem like this is just an old water tank rather than one that's actually filled. Okay, yeah, I grabbed some coral and placed it around and allowed it to die, and then put in a couple of little small water holes and even threw in some fish as well. But now the next thing to do is to actually get gravel coming down here, which to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised it already isn't, considering this is open, but perhaps I can just switch this to round robin. I may have to just place this down again, perhaps. Oh, actually, no, I know what's wrong. Although this is definitely not what I wanted either. There we go. Let's place that back on, and now we should be good. I just had the belts facing the wrong way. With the gravel moving, this should now be processing it. I think I may need to add flint actually onto this, just to make sure that it's leaving. And I guess I don't need this to be 64, we can make it 32. But if we throw the flint that I just picked up and give that a watch, you can see it's starting to be processed. And it definitely takes a second, but there we go. There is our Prismarine shards. Step 1 done. Now the next thing I need to do is make some Prismarine bricks, which is literally just compacting 9 Prismarine shards. But I also want to make the normal Prismarine as well, which is just the 4. So we're going to make 2 of them. We'll have our 2 basins and mechanical presses, and I'll probably have those face each other. And then if we throw a brass tunnel down, we can split that into 2. If I grab some of these shards and quickly make normal Prismarine as well as Prismarine bricks, we can set these recipes up to make sure that they're making the right thing. Make sure to add our funnels in, and then if we throw in a shaft and some chain drives, you can bring that straight through the middle to power those. So now if I quickly attach these together, that is now making the two respective different Prismarine blocks. Now I would also like to make dark Prismarine, but it does need black dye. And I think what I may have to do is actually make some charcoal, which obviously we can do from our wood logs. So perhaps I could bring around some of these chain conveyors and bring them inside here so we can pull directly from our wood farm. I'll just have to make sure that it isn't taking in too many, I think. So I think I'm going to extend these chain drives over, perhaps bringing it through the wall around about here. And if we get in another basin here as well as a belt and throw down some of our dark prismarine to make sure this is actually crafting that. And then we are going to need to be able to place the dye into the side here. So I guess I'm going to remove this for now. Now, of course, we're going to be bringing over our wood in its normal form. So we're going to need to probably come out of here so that we can actually smoke it down into charcoal with the help of some lava that I'm going to grab from the power station. Yoink. And I'll make sure to throw down some copycat panels so that I can place some lava down, although apparently it places in the wrong position. We need to make sure it doesn't stream over. There we go. And we'll bring our belt through, take out anything from this barrel, and throw down another barrel along with a brass funnel extended out so that we can throw some charcoal on there to make sure that's the only thing going into the barrel. Then I more or less just need to grab our millstone, place that here with honestly probably just some item drains, couple of funnels, so that gets converted into black dye, and then bring this over here with some more belt to bring that into the side of here. If I just get everything powered, with that all hooked up, I think we can name this frog probably just black dye for now. And then I think I'm going to use a redstone requester. We are going to just put in black dye here. And then for the pure reason that I have way too much stripped pale oak logs right now, I think I'm going to use these as our request. So I think if I just put in, let's say 64 of this, I'm going to just place a stone button and then hit that. And then will that start coming towards what we need? I think I actually need to set this up with the stock link stuff because I kind of forgot to do that. You can hook it up to this one. Place this down again, and I think if now I press this and we come fly over here, we can now see a box coming from our farm into there, and that looks like it is now starting to cook things. It is indeed being turned into charcoal, and that is now coming out with black dye and grey dye. So before I put a funnel out here, I'm going to place a smart chute down, put grey dye on it, as we don't actually need that right now, and I don't want it all backing up. Have a funnel coming off, and then place that into there. But I think I've just suddenly realized that the dark prismarine does not have a typical crafting recipe. It's in fact using the mechanical crafters. So oops. Guess I'm going to have to rip this apart and change that system up a little bit. Okay, I switched that with a mechanical crafter. So if I throw in some more of these stripped pale oak logs to make our charcoal, hopefully that will start moving through here. And I was hoping that was moving into the center, but of course did forget to do this. So yeah, there we go. Prismarine is now going onto the outside parts and the black dye into the center and making what we need. Perfect. Now I think I'm going to just take these two directly into storage. So let's place a couple of vaults over here, and that's them two set up. Then as for this line, I of course need to get some crushing wheels. Place a belt line coming out of here with some crushing wheels. And that's going to produce lapis, XP, and copper nuggets. But I think I'm just going to put them all into the same storage system, because honestly I'm starting to realize that maybe I made this building a little bit too small, such as the life of building the factory before the stuff inside of it, but whatever. And there we go, that is now hooked up to this item vault. We already have some lapis and some experience in there. And that's pretty much the main setup for all this stuff. I think the only thing I want to do is, instead of having this button here, I want to place down a pulse timer and probably set this to like, I'm going to say every 5 minutes so that we have a decent amount of wood coming in to turn into charcoal and also therefore dark prismarine. And then maybe I might also double up the millstone here, which probably is going to require me to change the setup a little bit. I think doubling up like that is going to work. I ended up splitting the brass tunnel into 2, putting the millstones off to the sides, and then we can dump straight onto the same belt. Now, as for the last kind of thing I want to do today, I would like to get this sea kelp farm running. I think I'm going to use a windmill bearing for it, as we can get this going relatively slowly. I'm going to bring this down into the water here, spread it out, and then put our harvesters in. And I'm probably only going to have it 1 high, maybe 2 high, to make sure that we get as much as possible. But kelp doesn't grow that quickly, so I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. But I'll also make sure that this is all nicely glued together. And I think I'm going to use some girders along the sides and making sure I put in a portable storage interface so that we can still pull out from it. And then come up with some kind of windmill design. Honestly, mostly using white concrete because I don't want it going too fast. Although I think, at least for the center part, I'll put in some wool. I think we need at least 8 of those to make it work. A turbine design that looks like that is probably good enough. I ended up just throwing the actual wool down here instead of in the turbine because otherwise the textures didn't match. But I think this is all glued together. So when I right click this, we are indeed spinning, although actually we are going the wrong way. So let me switch that around. It looks like we also missed some trapdoors, so I'll make sure to fix that. Okay, now we should be good, and that's going at a decent enough speed for what we need. Then if I come over here to where I've been growing my kelp before and just grab a bunch of it, I can more or less just come in here and just start spamming this down on the floor. There we go. And actually, one thing I did forget to do is place a barrel on this thing, so I think I'll just squeeze one in here. Then all I got to do here really is just bring a belt directly over and probably just bring that straight through the wall here. Now I'll make sure to put some of this weathered industrial casing on the belt so that it matches with the girders a little bit better. Then of course I need to cook the kelp, so we'll set up another system for some lava to sit in. And I think I'm going to keep it nice and simple and just place a barrel down with a brass funnel. We obviously can put our dried kelp in there as well to make sure that's the only thing going in there. And I'm probably only ever going to need a barrel's worth. I don't need a whole container for it after all. And once again, I think I'm going to just cover this gap up with a brass tunnel and then actually hook this up to power. And there we go. We already have a little bit of kelp in here getting cooked. Although I'm suddenly remembering it's not lava that we need. It's a campfire. And now that should be drying the kelp. Yeah, there we go. We now have some kelp starting to build up. Now I've gone ahead and decorated the inside of here a little bit more, added some broken bits of floor, you know, with some water in them, added some bridges over the belts, some fences, and I also added a bit of cutouts from the walls as well, both on the inside as well as some of the outside, including our little kelp farm on the side here as well. And oh yeah, I ended up expanding our flint makers because honestly we were certainly not making enough. So now we have 5 of them. And I also added an additional conduit cage to kind of keep up with all the flint coming in, just to make sure that we are actually making enough lapis and our different types of prismarine. Yes, overall, I'm pretty happy about the design of this place. I think I could have probably improved the productivity of this factory a little bit if I had maybe planned it out ahead a little bit. But sometimes you just got to do things on the fly and learn from your mistakes. Yes, thank you everyone for watching today. I appreciate it. This is going to be my last video of 2025. We are already right at the end of the year. And somehow I've already been making YouTube videos for 6 months now, which has gone surprisingly fast. I certainly beat my original goal of getting 1,000 subscribers in a year. We're up to about 1.7k now, so thank you everyone very much for the support. And I'm kinda hoping to maybe get to 5k by the end of 2026. That might be a big ask, to be honest, but sometimes you gotta dream a little bit, you know? But anyway, once again, thank you everyone for watching the video today. Have a happy new year, and I'll see you, well, next year. Bye-bye for now. Last episode, we built an abandoned looking factory on the riverside and set up a Prismarine and Lapis farm. And in this episode, we'll be expanding our town once more with a new dye factory, both to generate lots of new dyes, but also to use createmod fans to wash items with dye as well. Welcome back everyone. Now our Lapis and Prismarine farms have been going quite nicely. We do have about 1,000 Lapis in here, as well as about just underneath 3k normal Prismarine and just underneath 1k dark Prismarine. And the only real major changes I made in here were I changed our pulse timer to our redstone requester for requesting oak logs to 30 minutes, because honestly, we really don't need that much black dye. Just enough to make our dark Prismarine. Now, as you may have read in the title, we are making a dye factory today, which is Lapis is going to be very useful for. And I think my general plan is to finally get this bit of road done and extend it across the rails over here. As room in the center of town, it's getting a little bit tight actually. And while we do have some space over here, I have some future plans for that. And that's totally why you can see some cobble. We're not quite there yet. But I essentially want to do is bring the road across the tracks here and actually over up here towards this bit of moonlight valley, because I think I'm going to have my dye factory round about here, because I think it will look a little bit better with all the blues and purples. And I think I'm going to do this factory slightly differently by actually building the exterior probably last, as I'm not entirely sure how big this place is going to be, but I can at least clear out some trees for now and start on at least some kind of floor. And I think something of this size will do for now. I've just used these calcite tiles from Great Bits and Bobs, and also while I was doing that, there's a piglin over here. And I have no idea how he got here. The only way he could have come into this world is through my nether portal, which is not exactly nearby. Also, actually, with the map open, we can now see the new addition to Zero's maps, along with Create. We can now actually see where all my tracks are, including the trains as well. We can see the Crimson Arrows here, our Swamp Train over here, which is actually currently unnamed train, but that is the Swamp Train. We've got our boat going into our mud factory, and our van that's going around the town. So this is actually a really nice addition to this. I like being able to see all the trains and stuff moving around. It's cool. But anyway, what I'm planning to do with this area is this entrance bit is probably going to be where I come in and dye things with liquid dyes. So I'm just going to place down some cobblestone here, kind of get an idea of where that front area is going to be. And I've kind of gone ahead and blocked out exactly where I want all these things to go. This front area is probably going to be where I'm going to be mixing some of the dyes that we make together to get the rest of the dyes that we need. First thing I'm actually going to do is right here. And this one is actually going to be quite a few of the flowers that I have in my inventory here. How I'm going to actually deal with that is use some hoppers. Yes, I know, using actual Minecraft redstone, wild. We're going to have some hoppers there and some mud on top with our 4 different types of flowers. Now, the reason why I've chosen the mud is that the mud is actually secretly not a full block, meaning that any items that kind of fall from these flowers down will go into the hoppers below and into the chute. Because essentially I'm going to use these 4 flowers to make yellow dye from the sunflowers, magenta dye from lilacs, pink dye from peonies, and red dye from rose bushes. I'm going to need to place down some deployers here because we're going to use some bone meal to actually get what we need. And I'm thinking of probably bringing in the bone meal from above, keeping that out of sight, which also means I need to place down a fan underneath the chutes so we can raise this stuff back up to the ceiling and transport that into some kind of storage. And of course, these are also going to need to be powered, so I'm probably going to bring these down, make sure that they're facing the right way, throw in a gearbox to attach to the fan, make sure to put in some bone meal into the filters of these, and then we can somewhat decorate this thing. And I actually think I should probably bring the power over here. We do have some power lines down here already that I can make use of, so perhaps I'll do that real quick. And there we go. Hopefully that line is high enough to get over the trains. I'm pretty sure it is. I'll have to wait for one to arrive to see that. But I have brought it down to the side of our building here. I might have to add a transformer of sorts at some point. We can certainly bring the power underneath. And there we go. That seems to be working nicely. We obviously got our deployers deploying. And this fan is actually pushing items upwards, so perfect. Now for this to be fully functional, I am going to need to decorate it a little bit, mainly to prevent things from flying out of the system. I think I am also going to use some of these copycat stairs and some of this terracotta tile to kind of match with the colors of the flowers that we actually have in here. There we go. I even added some glowstone on top as well to make sure that's all nice and lit. Honestly, it's kind of a shame that the sunflower is facing that way and not towards me, but oh well, life goes on. Now if we do a tiny bit of a test run, I can throw some bone meal into all of these. And this is the part of the video where I've realized that I haven't placed the deployers in the right place. Let's move those real quick. And with those moved back, we can try this again, and we can actually hear it this time working. And there we go. We now have all of our different flowers coming up. These are admittedly coming up a bit slower than I thought they would, but I guess it's not that big of a deal. I don't think we'll be having these going at full pelt. Yes, them being further back also means I can kind of hide the deploys better too. You can only just see them sticking through there. Yes, that is a good start. Also, we have to put these through millstones to actually get our dye. For example, the peonies gives us the pink dye and a small chance of magenta. But that's the general gist of what this particular system is going to be doing. It's going to cover the rest of the power line there, so it looks a bit better. And these two spots that I have on the sides of here, I think I'm going to bring in our calcite here, which we're also making in our limestone farm. So I can turn that calcite into bone meal and then also into white dye as well. And I'll have that here, and on this side I'm going to be bringing in some wood from our wood farm, turning that to charcoal, and then also turning that into black dye. But of course, neither of those things are here right now. I'm going to need to build my road first before that happens. But I do plan to extend this floor out a little bit more so we can get in some of our other farms that I want to build. And there is the block out for the other farms. These two are gonna probably be cactus farms. Cacti go pretty slowly, so I've built two of them, and that'll give us our green dye. Over here I'm gonna have my cocoa farm, and over here I'm going to have actually some sea pickle, and that'll give us some lime green dye. I am however going to start off with our cactus farm. And luckily we do already have some, and obviously grab some sand as well to put the cactus on. These are going to be pretty simple farms. I'm just going to throw some water down and a water wheel. It's in a mechanical bearing, blocks of course, in a barrel, and then that is turning that way around. So we need to place the saws facing this direction. I'll add about 6 of those double height just in case the cacti happens to go quickly in a row. And obviously we can grab our glue, get it all attached, and that's working rather nicely. Then actually on top of here, I'm going to place a portable storage interface, as well as one up here, which is going to be up in the roof area, because I essentially want these to attach with each other pretty much always. it might help if I actually glue this together first. There we go. But those in theory are always touching. This bottom one doesn't seem to be visibly touching, but I think it is. Because for example, if we throw down a brass funnel attached to this, be sure that's facing the right way, and let's say I'll just put down a temporary cactus. I think once that cuts that, it should, just drop the cactus straight out of the system. And we can probably take advantage of this by setting a timer on this brass funnel as well, so that it only goes off, I don't know, every like 30 seconds. And then whatever is in the system will then get dropped out of the brass funnel. But let me actually set up the rest of our cacti here so that we can actually get this growing. In fact, I'll remove this brass funnel for now, just so it just built up in the storage, because we are going to need a little bit more for our second one over here. Which in fact, let me get this set up just for that. There we go. Then of course I can place some of our cacti here as well. It's a bit of a shame I can't use any bone meal as cacti to speed this process up, but that's fine. At least we've got these two systems going. Then as for our cocoa bee farm over here, we're going to do a similar setup, but this bit's going to be slightly different with some harvesters on it. Then I just need to more or less put in a bunch of this jungle log, and you can use stripped log for this as well, rather than just the typical unstripped version, I guess. And we can throw our cocoa beans down to get them growing on the wall. Make sure that I actually glue this all together. get that spinning around. And then actually, I almost forgot to place in our storage interfaces as well. There we go. And luckily the cocoa beans actually grow relatively quickly, so we probably won't have to wait too long for this to build up. And although this does kind of collide into the edges here, it does completely work. All spots do indeed get picked up by the harvester, so that one should be going nice and fast. Now for my sea pickle farm, we're going to need to place down some blocks around the outer edge so we can throw in some coral and some water to make sure it doesn't die. Although I guess I was a little bit too slow on 2 of those, but that's fine. I can just quickly replace those. And I'm going to throw some sea pickles in one corner and then throw a deployer on top. And that's how we're going to bone meal those. And I know this is not actually centered. I kind of wanted to make it more centered to the building than itself, but whatever. And as for the rest of this, I want to throw down some drills to cover up the rest of the coral blocks so that whenever the bone meal spreads the coral, or the pickles rather, the drills can insta-mine them. We're going to just need to make sure that these are all attached with a gearbox for the deployer and some cogs for the rest, and in case chain drive on top to make sure that's all connected. And then because the deployer is kind of surrounded with cogs and stuff, it's not going to be able to pick things up very well. So I think I'm actually going to use a backpack, and that's specifically a backpack with a magnetic upgrade. And I've gone for the advanced one because I'm not entirely sure what the distance on these things are. And if I were to make it the same height as all these other portable storage interfaces, I'm kind of hoping still that that reaches far enough. We'll find out, I guess. Now I've gone ahead and brought some power over here. However, we are going to need to slow this thing down a little, as I think this would be overwhelmed pretty quickly if we didn't. There we go. There is everything hooked up together. You know what? Actually, I just realized we are going to need to put in bone meal. So what I may do is just place these chutes down so that we can have bone meal moving down through. In fact, I'll make sure to replace the top one with a smart chute, put some bone meal on that. So that's the only thing going in. Then as a little test run, I guess we can throw in some of our bone meal. We'll throw in 5 for now. And as you see, the hand goes down, the sea pickles grow, and then they get instantly drilled away. And it looks like it is being picked up by our backpack here. And as you can see, it's going pretty quickly. And the backpack is indeed close enough to reach that. So that is great. And in terms of the easily farmable dyes, that's pretty much all of them. The rest we now need to more or less use a mix of all of these and of the black and white dyes to make the rest of them. But of course, I am going to need to import our calcite and charcoal, or just wood for this matter, to this area, which also means I need to actually build a road over here. And I do want to use the pavers, so I'm going to place down some kind of temporary train track for this to go along, and it also will be kind of an indicator where I actually want my tracks to go as well when they go underground. We'll have to back off some of this dirt so we can get our road in. Now, one problem with the track is that it does actually start going slightly downwards, as you can barely even see, but I might have to push this track back a little bit and adjust this, but that's fine. What I essentially want to do is just kind of figure out exactly where this road is going to go, and I am going to do that with the railway tracks, just because honestly, it just makes life a little bit easier. The only issue I really have to worry about is how I'm going to move the truck around when it gets here. I might just do a loop again rather than try and do a 3-point turn. Kind of prefer the loops anyway, but it probably means we need to pull off of this one first, figure out exactly where the turning point is. And I think something like this will work out. We have a nice turning around point, and you know, maybe we can add some foliage and stuff in between so it's not just a typical boring roundabout. That's kind of where I want the track to go. I am going to at least temporarily remove this track so that we can place this down. Our swamp train will have to be a little bit patient, although I wish it didn't stop there specifically. I guess in theory the edge of the train existing wheels are here, but it visually looks much further forward. Okay, that's not that big of an issue. Cal, we're going to take your schedule for now and reverse this train a little bit, I think. Oh, popped out on top. That's fine. But we'll leave that guy there for now. What I think I'm going to do is actually grab our paving train here. Though I forgot I didn't add a way to turn this thing off. So actually, you know what? We'll put it back into the middle track real quick. Fix what we just broke. Because what I want to do is update this train. I am going to temporarily place a little train station down here for the pure reason of adding to this one for what we need. And I think something of that width will do. And what we're going to use is I've installed a new mod called Create Randomize Filters, which is just like normal other filters, but we just make it with some light blue wool. Then with our filter, we can throw in our different deep slate types that we want, that we have used for the rest of our roads here. And then I believe I can just plop this filter down onto this, and that will set it to all the mechanical rollers. Make sure that's set to clear blocks and pave. Throw these in. We'll reassemble the train, pick it up. And then in theory, this should just start working the way I want it to. Yeah, there we go. More or less gives us the result that we want. Of course, I probably am going to have to go in on these slope bits and add some half slabs and stuff, but that's fine. Certainly speeds up my job. Although I've just come to a sudden realization that I forgot to glue these two on, so whoops. Yes, what I think I'll do is start getting this road paved and see you guys in a moment. There we go, there is our road done. I've also thrown in the tracks underneath so that any kind of truck coming along here can follow the road. And I've also gone ahead and landscaped the area just a little bit, just to kind of flatten out some of the holes and whatnot, although there is definitely more to be done obviously over here. Now what I think I am going to do is place down a station down here as a little temporary measure, because I want to set up a new train here so we can actually have a truck down here. And this truck is probably going to be a little bit longer, so I'm going to actually place down a second bogie. As for the design of this truck, it is going to be pretty similar to some of the others I have made, although definitely a lot longer. And we are going to use some more of these weathered iron blocks, and of course some black concrete for the wheels. And I think I am going to make this one with blue concrete, but let's place in some of the copycat stairs that we need. Have a little panel on the front for our engine grill, some stairs over the wheels for the wheel compartments. And then I think actually for this one, I am going to place in some proper doors onto these, just so it's a little bit easier to get in and out of these vehicles, because that's a bit of a problem on the other ones. Of course, we are going to need our windows. I'll use some framed glass for that, some more weathered iron on the top, and a trim to go around that. Some more half slabs to kind of cover up the back here. Some more steps up here to kind of act like exhaust pipes. And then one of the new things with Create Bits and Bobs are these headlamps, which you can actually place kind of in the middle of blocks. So I think those probably look a bit more like headlights than some of the other designs I've done. So I rather like that. Then the last bit I really need to do is place in some of these vertical half layers. These can act as our wing mirrors. There we go. There is the front cab more or less done. Now, as for the back of this, I kind of want it to look more like a tanker of sorts. So we are going to use some of these copycat slopes to kind of get the round look to it. We'll add some of this hazard blocks, the next layer, as I think that looks quite good. More concrete on top. And then before I completely enclose this, I'm going to throw in small item vault for any kind of parcels to go into. And I think these edge bits I do actually want to replace with probably some stairs and more weathered iron to make it look a bit more supported. I think throw in some different blocks at the bottom here just to make it look a little bit more interesting. Some of these catwalk railings to kind of wrap around the bottom part. Then at the back here, I want to place down some of these decals, but for some reason the default decals by themselves look kind of weirdly dark. But I figured out if I put a placard down first and then the decal, they certainly look a lot brighter. That's what I'm going to do there. Then I think I do also want a bit of a ladder going up here, and we can throw some more headlamps down for the brake lights. Then as for the top up here, even though we're not going to be able to really see it, I want to have little spots to see where, you know, you would empty and fill up this thing. I think I'm going to use some slices on the edges here just to surround that. And yeah, I think that's more or less what I want for this. It is, of course, a bit longer than my other trucks at the moment, so I think what I'm going to do is glue together probably the front part, making sure not to miss anything, and then have the back part as a separate thing so that we can split it into different bogies. So now I just need to come up and actually break this bit of floor, bring down some glass panes to attach to our bogey here. There we go. And then if I come in and place in some train controls on the inside, then assemble the train. This is a general idea of what this truck is going to actually look like. So if I get in for now, try and control this thing, although it might help if I actually place in a seat. Let's see how well this goes around a corner. Not the most ideal, and I've definitely missed some blocks on the truck here. I think I'll have to experiment with this a little bit to probably make it look a little bit better when going around corners. Although, to be fair, a truck like this probably shouldn't be going around a corner like this in the first place. So I'll think of something. Okay, there we go. I added an extra bogey in, and it doesn't look as bad anymore. I think that is passable for now. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with that design overall. I need to fill in these holes again, and then set up the system to actually bring all our stuff over here. And I think the easiest one to start off with is probably our wood factory. I'm going to do something similar as I did over the bowl factory over here by just setting up a post box as well as a barrel and frog pole. Although first, let's get our chain conveyors in so we can move anything up to our post box and then connect our frog. And I think I'm going to call this LY star for lumberyard, and that'll be useful when I'm actually trying to move things over to our factory. Then I just need to do that for our calcite, which I'm going to need a packager for, but also we do actually have this chain drive going through here, which is for power, but we could have that go around and meet up with this frog port instead, rather than having its own separate system, which might be a good idea actually. So we can just hook this straight up to that one. As for our lapis though, I think I will keep this separately, and that is that one set up. I brought it all the way up to the kind of roundabout up here, and I'm going to just name this one LP for either lapis or lapis prismarine, however you want to view it. And then back over at the factory here, I think I'm going to set up a bit of a conveyor belt here on the outside of the building, which may just be a bit of a temporary measure until I figure out exactly where this will go. I'm going to have the truck bring the stuff to this post box, which I think I can convert directly into a packager and take anything out of that onto our belt. I then also decided that I am just going to process all the 3 dyes right here rather than trying to separate them across. And after quite a lot of figuring out later, I have set up these 3 processes. We have one for the calcite, goes into bone meal, and that will turn into dye. We'll have our pale oak wood come into here. We do have some lava underneath here. You can just see it there. And there's a fan blowing up onto that depot, which will turn it into charcoal. And then that will turn it into black dye and also transfer gray. And then the lapis will go straight into the millstone and just turn that into blue dye and straight through this chute. And then we also have a fan pushing this all the way up into the roof area. So for now, I think I'd like to do a little bit of a test with this by just placing a barrel there and a packager. Then I'm going to start hooking up some of these stock links so that the system knows just how much stuff that we actually have, including obviously at the end here. And I've set up a little temporary wall here for some factory gauges. And I'm going to place all the things that we need in here and then include all our new connections, Now, the only problem with the calcite to white dye is that it doesn't translate exactly perfectly because there's only a 75% chance of getting bone meal. So I may have to do like a really long promise expire, like let's say like 20 minutes, just to make sure that it's getting enough. And then all the rest should be good. Now, I'm pretty sure all I need to do here is do ly underscore dye, because the ly stands for lumberyard, and then dye is this mailbox over here. So that's pretty straightforward. And then the same thing here, because we are using the lumberyard host box as well. And then this one's slightly different, where we do lp underscore dye, because it's coming through the Lapis Prismarine Factory. So now in theory, let's say we're literally just going to ask for one of these. If we head over to the factory, we should see in this mailbox a bit of mail, and you can kind of see there already is one in here, which there is. ly dye, stripped pale oak log 1. So that is working, and we can kind of do the same thing for these two as well. As you can see, there is now one calcite waiting, one pale oak log waiting. Over here, there should be some lapis waiting, which there is. Perfect. And what I'm going to do is come over to our truck here, grab this sheep to be our driver. In you go. And then we'll set up a schedule to go to the lapis farm, the tree farm, and then the dye factory. And I'll make it wait here probably like a few minutes to make sure it's not going around too often. If I then give this schedule to our sheep here, the truck should be now going along. I did set up some traffic lights, so there shouldn't be any issues with any of the trucks colliding, although I do need to slow this truck down. Wow, it is going fast and catching up to the other one. The signals do appear to be working, as there should be one on this corner here. There sure is. So let me actually quickly grab the schedule. I'll add another action to limit the max speed, I think to like, is it 50 or 30%? I'll put it as 50 for now. Give the schedule back. And when this stops here, I can quickly check this schedule to see the speed on this one. Oh, the speed is 25%. Okay. But the truck did just pick up the parcel that was here, so that's good. And it should be picking the one up at this spot as well. And I can quickly change this back to 25% like the other truck. And now if we wait to get this truck all the way back to the dye farm, we should stop rather nicely around about here. The parcels haven't left, but I think that's because I need to actually power this. There we go. Although one thing I forgot to do is actually depackage them apparently. Okay, now that system should work properly. I have reset the promises over here, so they should now be back in their respective mailboxes. And we'll wait for the truck to come back around with all the packages that we need. And so now this time, hopefully we got everything. There we go. There is the wood by the looks of it. I think the calcite went into there, but we did not actually get our bone meal out of that, which was unfortunate. We did get our black dye, which is good. And I'm not sure what happened to the lapis. I might have not reset the promise properly. But overall, that does seem to be working. I think what I'll do is I'll probably actually do these in like half stacks, I will say. That might also help with the calcite turning into bone meal as well. Okay, after a little bit more troubleshooting, everything seems to be working well now. Any real changes I made is I changed this into a vault rather than using the brass tunnels. Each of these are now sent in 32 batches rather than one by one because the parcels were backing up a little bit. And the reason why we weren't seeing any lapis for a while is because the Alpha Avail wasn't loaded in. So I added some chunk loaders both here and in the main area, so that shouldn't be an issue anymore. But yes, that means the importing method is now done and ready. And then over here, I think this is where I'm actually going to have our mass storage of dyes. What I think I'm going to do is add a bit of a belt going around the outer edge of this building, because I am obviously going to want to pull out from our storage to actually craft all the different dyes that are going to be over here. And essentially what I need to do is pull out of this item vault the dyes that we actually need to mix together and then place them into these basins to mix into the final product. So let's say we start off with light gray dye, which is made using one black dye and one white dye. We will essentially need to add a packager on the side here with an andesite funnel. as well as storage link to it, so we know what is inside that vault. Then as for an example, I'm going to quickly do some gauges on the bottom here. We need to put black dye in one and white dye in the other, and make sure to connect these two up. And we know we need our 2 white dye and black dye to make what we need, and that gives us 3 light gray dye. And then what I can do here is I can just put in light gray as our address. And if I make actually some package filters, I can type in light gray into this one and place it into our funnel here. So now if I ask for, let's say 10, as we already have 7 in the system, pulls out of that one, goes into there, mixes it, comes out, and I think it came over here into this storage. Yeah, there we go. There is now 10 in here because this makes 3 of it. So that's pretty much the general gist of what I'm trying to do. And I'll need to do that for all the other colors. And that is all that set up. We've got gray, orange, cyan, light blue, and purple. I realized I overcounted how many dyes I needed, so we got a spare one here. And then I also made this one what's going to be actually our white dye, because I was originally processing it here, but then I realized that I actually need the bone mill for a bunch of other things. So this is going to be purely only processing to bone mill, and then whenever we need the white dye, this will kick in. In fact, actually, I should probably make sure this is powered. There we go. Now the rest of this is more or less just hooking up all the different factories together and the bone mill together so we can get all these farms truly working. There is my absolute monstrosity of belts. I essentially have all the ones that are coming through here, come up here, go along. If they are bone mill, they'll continue down this way where they're going to go into all these different chutes so that these can be bone milled, as well as along this line to this backpack so that we can bone mill the sea pickles as well. And all the other slots are pretty much just coming out into separate millstones to be turned into dye and then eventually deposited into this item vault. The only thing I really need to do now is start placing these down so that it starts ejecting them into our millstones. I also made one other slight change to the bone mill stuff as well. I separated out the bone mill storage into its own separate thing, and then whenever I need a dye from, say, any of these flowers or the sea pickles over here, a package will be sent out to this particular belt line, and using these package filters, I set it so it says bone mill lime, for example, for the sea pickles, and then the same thing for like yellow, purple, etc. So as you can see, there is one for yellow here. So if I say I want to ask for 10, that should put out a package which will go along this thing into there, placed into this deployer where it bone milled it a few times, and then that gets brought back up here into this millstone, into this item vault, and there we go. We now have 10 or even more so dye, because actually I think sunflowers give you 2 each. So actually we can fix that real quick. There we go. I think the only real change that makes is that I do need to add our pink and lime green spots for these factory gauges and to make sure that these are hooked up to the bone mill. There we go. And now realistically that should all be working. And then for example, let's say I want one of these light blue dyes. That should eject from there, come over here, get mixed together, turned into light blue, goes eventually back into the storage. And there we go. There is our 2. And I believe that's all that we need to do for all the dyes now. The only thing really left is to actually get an exterior around this building and to set up the dye pods here using the liquid dyes. This video is already pretty long, so I'm going to go do that and show you the final product. There we go. There is our exterior more or less done. I used a bunch of the Create Deco bricks and terracotta in all the different colors. I felt like that made a lot of sense. And then when you first enter now, we have all of our dye pods, which is just using liquid dye and some fans to essentially dye anything that you drop into it. Then of course we got the main room with all my different crate contraptions, all different dyes. I did have to do a little bit more tweaking with the system, so over here has become a bit of a mess now, but that's fine. But as far as I'm aware, all of this does work. And we also have access to all of our dyes here as well. And we definitely got plenty of brown dye, lime dye, and green dye from all of our farms. I'm probably going to have to add some kind of turn off switch for those, but that's fine. But yes, overall, pretty happy with this. It definitely took me a very long time to do it all, a lot more than I was expecting. But thank you everyone for watching today, and thank you to Derpy Drago for being my first YouTube member. There isn't really many benefits currently at the moment for the YouTube membership stuff. I do plan to have some kind of world download and stuff attached to it, but we're not quite there yet. So I very much appreciate the support regardless. And if you would also like to become a member, there should be just a join button underneath the video, although I recommend doing it through a browser or something and not on mobile, because otherwise Apple and stuff take their own cut as well, which means more money going to Apple and Google and less to me. But anyway, once again, thank you everyone for watching today, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye for now. Last episode, we expanded our town and set up a colourful new factory to make ourselves a bunch of dyes. And in this episode, we'll be using said dyes to create our new very oversized concrete factory. Welcome back everybody. I didn't make any major changes since the last episode in here, but this dye factory is going to be very important for our build today, because we're going to be building ourselves a concrete factory, and of course we need all of our dyes to make all the different colors. And you may remember from our last episode about a build that I was wanting to do over here, and that is indeed going to be our concrete factory. My idea is to extend the road out from our roundabout here and probably take a 90-degree turn over in this direction. Going to have our massive factory probably around about here. And so probably realistically what I need to do is start clearing out this area of all these old trees that I have over here. These are pretty much back from when we first started and I was just plopping them all down for use in builds, but we no longer need them, so let's get rid of them. And I'm also going to need to flatten this area, which means this little cave that for some reason all the animals have decided to live in is unfortunately going to have to be removed. So guess I'm gonna just move these mobs outside. I mean, I could just kill them, but that's sad. They've survived in here for so long, we can't just leave them to die in there. I'll do that and then flatten out this area as well. And there we go, this area, it's all nice and flat and cleared. It is quite a big area for this factory and it's going to be way oversized, but that's because I want to add some more interesting elements to it, which we'll see a little bit later on. And I have kind of placed down where our pavement is going to be so I don't build this too close. And I think what I'm going to do is figure out exactly how big this place is and the general layout of it with some of these bricks. I think something about this size will do. We have some chimneys at the front of the building here, and then I plan to have these big old mixers for each of the different concrete types inside here. They won't actually like functionally work themselves, but sometimes Create is about making the aesthetic of things looking like they're working, and then I'll just hide the actual stuff underneath. But I also plan to have something out here as well, which will require the road to be brought around here, but I think I am going to build our building first. I think I'm going to start on this kind of taller section that I'm going to have over here, making sure to leave in a bit of an entranceway so we can still get inside. I think I'll make use of these big metal girders that are from Design and Decor. Have those going up the building like that. I think some girders too. I think actually in the middle here, a separate girder, and probably actually have a nice big window here. I think I want to make use of some of the shafts and metal brackets, as well as some of these industrial flat bolts from Design and Decor. And up here, I'm going to have some girders sticking out. I'm going to make use of these new girder struts to kind of come out of those and down towards the ground for more support. Then I think on this particular floor, I'm going to have a little balcony sticking out on each side, just so it's not too repetitive. You can use some of these railings to go on the outside of those. Then with that bit done, I more or less just need to add a little bit of a roof, and I think I am just going to use some polished stone for that. I think I'll have a little bit of an overhang on this as well. I can use some of these metal supports to kind of just hold up the roof part, kind of like that. And then I think I'm gonna do the side bits real quick and then probably add a few details into the brick as well. And there we go. I think something along those lines work. I added some windows into the side, added some mossy brick variants, and obviously a bunch of leaves around as well. As for the main walls going alongside between our towers, I want to split it up into about 5s and have a bunch of different windows windows of differing size. So I think I'm definitely going to make sure I add some depth to these windows because I don't like them being too flat. I'm going to do that using some vertical steps and normal steps, and then probably some slabs as well to actually place the glass into. I've definitely probably got a little bit more heavy in terms of my copycat usage these days, but I like how much flexibility it gives me in terms of adding different designs, so can't complain about it too much. And I think I do want a slightly taller bit of window here. And although we are going to have a chimney here, I think I still want some windows here just to allow for at least some light to pass through. Make sure this place is relatively bright. And yeah, I think something along those lines will do me well. And then I think I'm just going to repeat that all the way along this wall to the other side. And I will say, although as much as I like these industrial flat blocks, for some reason you can't actually remove them by crouching and right clicking them. It just rotates them. So the only way to do it is by using a pickaxe, and this is way too slow. So hopefully that's something they fix at some point. And there we go, there is our main two towers and central wall going in between. I think the next thing I'll move on to is these chimney stacks. And I think I'm going to use some of this red brick terracotta, as well as I think using these big metal girders to break up the brick a little. And I do kind of want to slowly make this smaller as it goes up. So I think we can use some of these vertical stairs and then these vertical steps coming up to here, a bit like that. And then I think I'll probably continue this up a bit. Then I think I'm going to use my trusty girders to bring that out to the sides a little bit, because I am obsessed with these things. Then kind of continue with our red terracotta bricks up the sides. And up here, I think I do want a bit of a catwalk of sorts. You can use the Create Deco ones for this. And of course, the railings to go around. And then just keep on continuing this probably all the way up here. We can cap off the top there and add ourselves our hay bale and campfire for the nice smoke on top, and some of these industrial lights to go off at the top as well. And one idea I actually had was to use some of these flywheels inside of here and have those actually sticking out the sides like so. But what I actually want to do is not have them that color because that doesn't look right. And come to our dye farm here, come over to our gray, because I'm going to throw these in and have these get dyed to their gray variants. There we go, 4 gray flywheels, and then place these all in, making sure to rotate them in the right direction. And there we go, I think that adds a little bit of dimension to it. The actual flywheels themselves get a little bit shaded when they're inside, which I can't really avoid, but honestly, it looks a similar color to the rest anyway, so don't think it matters that much. Yes, I think other than adding maybe some leaves at the bottom here, that's more or less what I want to do for the chimney designs, and now I just need to repeat that on each side of this one. There we go, there is our 3 chimneys. They, weirdly enough, kind of almost look like test tubes or something, or at least vials of some sort, which is definitely not intentional, but I guess it works out. And then I think the last thing I want to try and figure out is how exactly this roof over the main part of the building is going to look. Because this is probably going to stretch all the way across to the other side, where we're going to have a similar design as we do at the front. And I don't want to do just a typical flat roof, as I have done many times before. So I think I'm going to take a page from my Limestone Factory and do a bit of a roof with some windows on top. This time I think I'll throw in some of these copycat slopes to kind of match the angle of them, and then these can pretty much go all the way along on both sides, as well as probably use this stuff for the top as well, as we don't have a copycat block that kind of fits that kind of size, so I think that will do just fine. And then probably to kind of match with the rest of the lower roof, can use some more of our weathered panes. And perhaps for the lower bits of roof, we can actually use some more of these catwalks, because I kind of like the way that looks, surrounded by some plating, I think. And I think some girders along as well for a little bit of support. But yeah, with I think that design kind of locked in, I'm going to kind of complete the rest of the back of this factory. It's pretty much going to be the same as the front, so you guys don't need to see this. But I'll see you in a moment. There we go. There is the finished exterior, more or less. It took me a real long time to do this. I severely overestimated how long it was going to take, but whatever. Oh, there's a wandering trader over here, in fact. Hello. Anyway, I would say the side of this building is perhaps not really my best work, but this side is going to be covered by a very large vehicle, so I'm not too worried about it. But I do like how the inside is looking. I like how I did the roof. It definitely allows in a lot of light. The only thing I didn't do in here was obviously the floor, but I can do that as we go along. Speaking of that large vehicle, I do want to place it round about here, and it's going to be a big old dump truck. And essentially what I want to use it for is where our cobblestone generator is going to be hidden in. And so I would like to place this thing down. I did make it a schematic, and we are going to need to figure out exactly what we're going to need to actually make it. For the most part, it's mostly a bunch of different concrete colors, a bunch of different copycats, and some brass things as well. And obviously, thanks to our dye farm, I'll be able to grab some of our black and yellow dye that we need. Just request those from our cow, probably about 32 each at least for now. There we go. And then just grab a bunch of gravel and sand, make as much of that as possible, as well as our yellow concrete powder as well. And of course, we're going to need to wash it. And the difference between just doing this way and dyeing the terracotta is that this mod doesn't actually allow you to dye concrete. You have to kind of do it manually and then wash it afterwards. So it's a little bit of a different process. But that's all those wash, and that should be plenty for what we need. And I've gone ahead and grabbed everything else as well. So hopefully our material checklist should be all ticked off, which it appears to be so. So now all we got to do is our little time lapse. And there we go. There is the dump truck I made. I did end up making it in creative mode and schemating it because honestly, it was kind of hard to get all the details right. So I felt like that was probably easier to do in creative. But considering I was limited to only copycat blocks and stuff, I don't think it came out too badly. I did apparently miss this one block here though. So let's just fill that in. But yes, we have our little catwalk that we can't actually walk on. Come up to here, and then we do have a little bit of a cabin area that doesn't actually have anything in it, but it exists. And then of course we have where our cobblestone generator is going to go. I'm probably going to just try and shove it in here as much as possible and then overlay it with some cobblestone blocks to make it seem like there's a bunch of cobble piled up. And then I'll probably have it drop out underneath and into our factory. Now for our cobblestone generator, I am probably going to break into the floor of this dump truck so we can actually fit it. It's a shame because I'm going to have to get rid of all these details I put in, but I want it more or less embedded into this so we can fit as much as we can. I'll just crouch out underneath that to get it out. And then I'm going to use actually some andesite funnels instead of our typical chutes, because these are apparently a bit more effective than the chutes anyway in getting more cobblestone, although we are only having one drill, so that might matter less, but whatever. We can set up all our cobblestone, both for drilling and also for where we're going to place our water. And I think what I'm going to do is use the waterlog method, I think, for these drills so that we don't need to put them on top. There we go. So of course some lava in between. Then we need to just more or less make sure that all of this is all nicely powered up. Throw in some encased chain drives, and I did kind of unfortunately have to reroute it around the front, so it is a bit visible over here now, but it kind of adds to the aesthetic at the front anyway. That means I've brought the power underneath, and now I just need to actually bring the power from our power station over to our factory here. And I think the cleanest way of doing that, at least right now, is to potentially bring it out through our tough factory over here. We grab from here to a couple of pylons I'm going to place along here, probably directly into the ground and underneath. And then we can bring the power all the way through underneath our concrete factory to that power source. There we go, all nice and hooked up. So our cobble gen should now be working rather nicely, which it certainly is. Squeeze underneath here, we can see it's also filling up this vault as well. Perfect. Now, of course, to make our concrete, we're going to need to break down the cobblestone into sand and gravel. So what I think I'm going to do here is place down some crushing wheels in this kind of format. And I won't actually use the middle ones in this sake. It's just to fit into this odd space. But I'm going to have, I think, this side be our gravel and then this side be our sand. Actually means we need to dig down a little bit and add a second layer of crushing wheels as well, so that anything going through there gets double crushed. And I'll put a chute in there just in case. Get these all hooked up so that they're all attached, obviously, and hook that up to the main line to make sure it's all working correctly. Although currently they are all going the wrong direction, so let's add another gearbox down here. There we go, much better. Then what I essentially want to do is place down a belt, probably about that height, so that any cobble coming out will get pushed up by this belt and then thrown into the center of this, hopefully. Probably going to have to adjust the speed to make sure that it lands correctly, but that's fine. As for our wheels over here, I'd actually like to wrap this around with some concrete to make it look a bit more safer. And we can throw in some of this hazard red concrete to kind of wrap it around nicely. And I do want to try and hide all the mechanics behind this, so I've added some panels on the side to cover up some of the blocks. And I'll repeat that on this side too, even though there's nothing so much to hide on this side. Keep it even. There you go, I think something like that works. Looks like a proper crashing system. And obviously we do need to bring all this stuff back to the surface again. So I think I'll place some more chutes down and some belts and have it look somewhat like that. And then probably add a couple bit of storage places for both of our sand and gravel. And I think some red containers will do just fine. They don't have to be particularly large. And that is all the belts going in the right direction. Now I've just got to hook up these belts to underneath here and make sure that they're going the right speed for what we need. And I think the best way to start is throwing in our speed controller at about 32 and just seeing where this throws it. Okay, that needs to go a little bit higher. We'll try 46 this time, although I know there's like different levels to this, so it might go to the same spot. Yeah, okay. And 64 is almost there. We'll try with 80. Hopefully that's just enough. Okay, well, now that's slightly too much. Okay, I'll figure this out. Okay, it turns out 72 was around about the sweet spot, and I was stupid because it turns out these were going the wrong way because they were rotating so fast that they look like they're going the opposite direction. But that should be all working now. As you can see, we had a bunch of sand, flint, and clay come out of this one. I'll probably just burn the rest in here, and we do have gravel in this one, so that's all working. Now, I think the last thing I need to do here is set up a system to take the cobblestone out. And I need to restrict the system a little bit because otherwise our grinding wheels are just going to get a bunch of cobblestone placed on top of them and they're going to get overwhelmed very quickly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a 5-second pulse timer, as that should be enough for cobblestone to pass through. Add a redstone torch, throw down a block above that, and then place our 2 brass funnels down. And as you can see, these are activated most of the time and then unactivated for a while, which should mean that every 5 seconds we should have 64 cobblestone come out and move on to our crushing wheels. I think, yes, about a 5 seconds seems to be a good amount. And yeah, there we go. We now have our sand coming out and gravel on the other side. Perfect. Okay, maybe not so perfect because I need to push the belt back by 1. There's a good reasoning for that, and that is for my little concrete pits, which I'm going to place around about here. Essentially what I want to do with these is surround this with some plating and go down a few blocks, because what I essentially want to do is add some fake big mixers in here. So if we actually come down a little bit here, add ourselves a mechanical bearing, and then we can bring in some power from our line over here so that we can power this thing. And then I essentially just want to add a little bit of a tower and some of these industrial iron bars. Because this is the bit that's going to be turning around and making it look like it's mixing things in here. So we'll grab our glue. Actually, I should probably actually just place a speed controller here so that it's not going too fast. And honestly, even then, that's still going a bit too fast. So let me fix that. Okay, there we go. Going at a much more reasonable speed. And this is where I'm going to be mixing my magenta and pink concrete. So I'm going to grab some of those concrete powders, and thanks to the fact that it's already moving, I can pretty much just place in a bunch of this stuff directly down. Luckily, it shouldn't interfere, and that way it kind of looks like it's mixing up together all the different bits of concrete powder. Obviously, there are two colors in here, but I think that looks fine. And then I think I just want to kind of surround this with some decoration. And there we go. That's pretty much what that looks like. I ended up extending the kind of mixer part up by 1, just so it looks a little bit better, and threw in some andesite towers around as well. But now I've just got to pretty much do that another 7 times. And each kind of pot is going to have 2 different colors. There's our red and yellow, our orange and brown, our white and light gray, our black and normal gray, light blue and cyan, our purple and blue, and finally our lime green and normal green. And overall, I'm liking how that's looking. I like how all colorful the different concrete pits are. And now we just need to make these actually work. So what I've done is I have cleared out some area down here so we can have our proper mixers. Of course, I think we're going to start off with our pink and magenta over here. So what I'm actually going to do is break a block here. I'm going to place some chutes down coming from here, as well as some blocks to have things come off of a future belt. And then we're going to bring this chute down and actually probably try and come across here and onto a very short belt. Let's split this into 2 and make use of some of these funnels, because I'm then going to place down 2 of our basins with some mechanical mixers. And then of course, each one's going to be pink and magenta. And then we're going to need some package filters, because this is how we're going to bring the dye over to this factory, as well as sand and gravel as well. So I think if I just do concrete underscore magenta, that should hopefully be good enough. And I can place that on this side so that anything coming through here, only those types of packages will go into it. Although I am realizing I do need to unpack them. So perhaps I actually need to move this back by 1. There we go. And then I think I can then place some packages on here, and that should work quite nicely. And then after that, I'm going to actually bring belt through here, because I would like to bring this stuff back up to the surface. And luckily those will just deposit straight on. And I'm probably just going to use a fan to come straight up here through the floor. That way we can lift anything from this belt up into this top area again, and have a belt coming out here. Essentially what I actually need to do is build a belt all the way along this line here. And essentially what I'm going to do is pull out some belts from our 2 gravel and sand containers. They'll come along here, go down into this chute, and I'll have to put a filter on the front of this. They'll do their mixing, come back up as our powdered concrete, and then move all the way along to the end here, where I'm going to have a kind of washing system, which will then deposit any kind of washed concrete probably in a container somewhere over here. So actually, one little change I'm going to make to this is I'm actually just going to add a 1 in the middle for our dress, because I think what I essentially want to do is use another package filter here, which essentially just, if it has 1 in it, it will go in there. And we have the 2 stars on each side to say like anything can be before the 1 and anything can be after the 1. So that makes sure that both the pink and the purple ones will go in here. Now, if I actually get this all ready and hooked up to power, that's all working. I've also set up the belts up here. So now if we have some packages coming off of our shipping containers, we need to add some stock links on them and make that a new network. And let's do a little bit of a test with the factory gauges, where I'm just going to place down 2 of these for now, or 3 of them rather. I'm going to place some sand and some gravel. And we want to make some pink concrete powder, so we'll add our connections to this. And although we don't actually have the pink dye yet connected up to this, let's just say that is the final product. So in theory, if I now put in conc_1_pink into there, and tell this that we want literally just one. That should in theory ask for 2 boxes to come out here into this brass belt funnel. Of course, this one didn't actually go in because I guess it was too soon. I fixed these belts so they go all the way around. You can have it do a big old loop, come back around again, and then actually enter where it's supposed to. Now, if we come down into here, our pink one has 1 gravel and 1 sand. It's exactly what we told it to do. So that's working rather nicely. This, however, now means that we need to bring the dye over here, which also means that I need to set up our road properly on the outside of our building here to even bring the truck over here. And I think I will be reusing our truck over here. I'll just give it an extra stop to go to. Although it might also be interesting to build a separate one just so we actually have more vehicles driving around. But I probably won't at least do that in this episode. What do you guys think? Should I build another truck for this? Or should I just keep to the same one? But anyway, I'm going to get this road done real quick. You kind of saw what I did last episode, so I'm not going to let you guys through that again. I'm going to unfortunately say goodbye to this nice tree behind me, but it's all part of the progress. So let's get going. And there we go. There is our full road in, including our turn point, as well as the hidden tracks underground. Now, the only thing I really need to do is find our dye truck, which actually we can just look on the map for. Okay, it's actually coming along just now, so we can steal its schedule. If I can keep up. Okay, got it. So realistically, we need to add travel to station, concrete factory, and actually put this before the tree farm, or even the Lapis farm for that matter, just so that it can come straight from the dye factory to the concrete factory. So let's give that back to our sheep. So now we're coming from the dye factory, and we should just be going straight ahead here, which we certainly did. Should turn this corner hopefully quite nicely. Yep. And then round our little loop that we made. And then it should stop round about here. So that will be dropping off any dyes that we place onto it. And all I need to do more or less is add a mailbox on both sides. So first thing we need to do is that any dyes are going to be coming out of this one. So I think I'm going to just place a bit of a hole in the wall here so that we can transfer anything outside and onto a belt. And that go straight into a mailbox, which I'm also going to attach to this train station as a kind of pickup point. There we go. Make sure to add an andesite funnel onto that, as well as powering it properly from the inside like so. Then I need to put package filter on this, where I'm probably just going to do conch with the little star on the end. So anything with that should go straight into there. And then place ourselves down a mailbox over here as well and hook that up to the main line. And so now if we actually do this properly, I'll come over here and hook up one of our factory gauges to our dye network. Attach this to the same system, put in our pink dye in, add our connection to this. We'll use mechanical crafting as that's the best way to do that. And of course we're going to do our conch _1_ pink, and once again set this to, we'll just say 1. It's going to give us a few more than that. I'm very curious. So there is our 2 packages. This one should come back around and head into here properly. There we go. We head over to the dye factory. We have a cardboard package in here which has our pink dye that we need. So we just got to wait for the truck to come around. This should pick up from this mailbox, which it sure did. And then if we ride this guy all the way to our concrete factory again, and as we come around here, it should drop off into this mailbox, which it did, has gone out into our chute here, and that has now successfully mixed together some pink concrete powder, which is now just going to go around here forever because I need to actually get a washing system up first before that continues moving on. And essentially what I want to do here is build a massive fan. Once again, the fan's not going to actually do anything, but it's going to be where I'm going to place a bunch of water down so that we can wash from underneath. Essentially have a big old pit of water at the bottom here. And if I raise up these chain drives, put on a mechanical bearing, and then build out our basic fan. I think I'm going to use some of these industrial iron trapdoors from Create Deco because I like how they look. Be sure to flip them and then probably actually have a bit of light in the middle with a bolt on it. Then we can, of course, glue this all together and then attach it to the system, probably with a speed controller so it's not spinning around too quickly. And there's that all nice and working. And then I'm just going to start filling in our bit of water here. We're going to have to add a couple of layers of the stuff. And then I think I want to replace the entire bottom of this pool with some fans. There we go, there's all those activated, although this is not quite what I wanted in terms of visuals. So I think I'm going to try and place some glass down on most of these because it looks a bit weird otherwise. But I'm going to keep the middle bit open because that's where our actual fan line is going to be. And I think I want to bring it straight through the middle here. And then once it's actually turned, take it off to the side. Now, unfortunately, this does mean I am going to probably put in funnel and stuff here, which is not the prettiest thing. Although I guess what I could do actually is remove this, actually place it right at the end here, and we can remove the glass underneath so that any passing concrete can still be washed, and that keeps it out of the way. And I think if I use some brass tunnels and actually get some power to this belt line, I should get that belt light moving. And then I don't want to place a gearbox in the water, so I'm just going to bring our line over here to some storage. And I brought some power from underneath just to come into through the side here. And I place an item bolt down with a packager on so we can track what items goes into there. And really the last thing I need to do is set up some filters. I'm going to start with all of our concrete powders and then also just the normal concrete box as well for our other filter. And if we actually place these filters in, we should hopefully see our pink concrete powder come down here and through into this funnel. Although, okay, apparently that doesn't work, so let's change that out. Turns out I just need the one funnel and that will push it straight through. I also actually need to fix this belt a little bit so that it faces the right way, but that did indeed turn into concrete, so let's throw that back on. That goes into there and gets put into our vault. Although let's make sure to actually put on a brass funnel so it all goes in properly. So now if I actually make sure to set up this properly again, use mechanical crafting, conch 1, pink, set that to 8, as we do get 8 of these per craft. And we can watch this entire system work for us. Of course, we're going to have to wait a little bit for the dye to come, but that's fine. And here comes our dye. You can watch the package come out of here, go into there. We wait a little bit for that to mix underneath. Should come out here, there it goes, into the washing system. And then hopefully once that is done, that will move through into our vault. Though I am actually suddenly realizing I shouldn't be doing it this way because we're not holding onto our pink concrete powder, so it's never going to actually work. So I'm going to have to add a separate one here and add a connection to that one. Turn off that. And so now if we set this for, 8 items and re-input our address, that should all be now working rather nicely because it's actually seeing that we have our pink concrete in our vault over here. And now really the last thing I need to do is repeat this kind of concept through all my different dyes, as well as decorate this place a little bit. And then I think I'll bring you back for the last final tour. There we go, there is the final product. I obviously added a bunch of these catwalk railings and stuff to make it look a bit prettier. I've set up all our factory gauges over here for all our different concrete types, and they all now go into this vault, which we can then take them out using this pig. And of course we set up all the mixers and stuff that are down here with all our different types of concrete. You may see there's a bunch of gravel and sand and stuff in them at the moment because I made a couple of mistakes and need to clear them out. But other than that, it is all working properly now. And I also piled up a little bit of cobblestone on top of our dump truck as well. I wasn't able to finish up the landscaping around it, unfortunately, because I am very much out of time this week. I'm already a day late. So I hope everyone enjoyed the episode regardless. This was a very time-consuming one for me this week. I'm definitely probably going to have to take it a bit more chill next week because I've had 2 videos in a row where they were much more intense than I was expecting. But anyway, thank you everyone for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye for now. Last time, we worked on our oversized concrete factory with big mixers for all the different colours that we needed, as well as hid a cobblestone gen inside of a dump truck. For this episode, we're heading back to the desert to start working on our over 5,000 block railway that I totally haven't been procrastinating on at all. But yes, welcome back everyone. We are back in the desert area with our sand miner, as well as of course our gold and terracotta farm. And I want to spend some time today actually getting this stuff back to the home base. It's a very long journey, I'm not going to lie. Episode 1 me, why did you think this was a good idea? And also episode 20 me, why did you build the sand mine up here knowing how much effort it takes to build a train line? But I'm gonna do it anyway. But the main focus I'm gonna be working on today is working on a nice little desert train station and also kind of road going between our farms and the station so we can move things around. The very first thing I'm gonna do is probably try and clear out some of this area. It's gonna be a relatively big train station and there's a lot of sand here that I need to move, so let's get to it. And there we go, I've cleared out a nice big area. I of course still need to do some landscaping, but we can do that once the train station is in. Now for the design of this train station, I do want something similar to our kind of little power station over here. I liked my kind of mix of the kind of birch wood and planks with the sandstone, but I think I am going to introduce a little bit more color to it using some of the red sandstone. And we're just gonna start with the pillars, I think, and use some of these tiny sandstone bricks as the base. And I am going to use some of this orange terracotta, I think, to kind of stick out from the front here. Bring some of that brick forward. And then use some of our copycat stairs with some sandstone pillar walls, I think, on top to add a little bit more depth. And then use some of these birch planks and stuff to kind of reach upwards and then mix that properly with some of our stripped birch planks as well. And then kind of continue our orange terracotta up to make a kind of large window, I think. Then bring this over to make ourselves a little bit of an arch. I think I'm going to throw some acacia fences into. And some sandstone pillar walls as well to go on front, just like a little balcony. Now I think I do want to add a bit of a slant to this roof. So we're going to continue our dark metal plating, I think, all the way up and fill that in with some more orange terracotta. Although really, it kind of looks like a Reddit upvote, not intentional. But now I think to continue adding a little bit more depth to this, I'm going to throw some steps down, as well as some more of our sandstone pillar walls to go in front of it. Add a small pillar on each side, put a lightning rod on top, I think, just to kind of make that look a bit more fancy. And then also throw in some normal sandstone pillar walls into these as well for windows. And then really, I think the last thing I want to add are some girders, so we can then bring those down as kind of extra support for the walls. So I'm thinking with this particular train station that although it is going to have a facade like this, I'm probably going to have it like open roof, make it nice and airy. So we don't need to worry about the roof so much, but we've got to add a little bit of support on the sides. And I think I'll keep this kind of design just for the ends of the train station and kind of come up with a simpler design for the middle parts. And this definitely doesn't have to be as large, but of course I do want to keep a similar design. I think I'll keep using our orange terracotta as well as our mix of stripped birch and planks, and then throw in some more of our sandstone pillar walls in between. And then I think maybe add a little bit more of our sandstone pillar walls at the top here, just to kind of match with the sides. And then of course our supporting pillars to keep it upright. And then I need to more or less just keep on repeating the design throughout, with a couple of exceptions. I think the main thing I want to do for some of them is have a little bit of an overhang. But for our center part here, I am going for a similar design as the other parts, but I am going to make it slightly wider, and there is a reasoning for that. And that is that I want to actually add a bunch of these metal girders going all the way up, because we're going to have a little bit of a road coming by here into here, and I kind of want a kind of fake little crane that would pick up anything from our trucks, kind of lift them up over the train station and onto trains. Now, it's not going to actually work because I'm pretty sure to make it work, I would need steam and rails, which isn't actually officially coming to this version of Minecraft, which is a bit unfortunate. And there is an unofficial version, but I'm not sure if I actually want to use it or not, because it is, of course, unofficial, and I'm a little bit worried about it potentially corrupting my world or something. So I may at least wait until it's a little bit more developed first. But my point stands is that I'm not sure if I could make this work anyway. So we're just going to play a bit of pretend instead. Not to mention that the post boxes are kind of way easier to deal with anyway, rather than having to try and switch physical containers over. So I think I'd rather do it this way anyway. But essentially what the plan is to use some of our smaller metal girders here with some support across, and kind of just have this come straight down, kind of have this come across so that we can attach some of these trap doors onto it. And that would be the kind of clamp thing that comes down to the trucks and it picks up whatever it is on the back of them. But yeah, the crane thing is probably going to stretch all the way across to the other side of the train station. And I've kind of put in the basics for now. But I think what I'm going to do now is work on the rest of the exterior part and then come back when that is done. And there we go, there is our facade done, and I've obviously done it on the other side as well. Now I've just got to work on the interior. I think the first thing to do is figure out exactly where our rails are going to go, because it's going to be like our station at the main town where I'm going to have two kind of tracks going along the platforms, as well as one in the middle. So if we extend these tracks along, and also figure out our little platform situation, as well as how the under parts of these tracks are going to look as well. For the platforms, I think I'm going to use some of this cut sandstone columns from Chipped, and pretty much go all the way along the length of our station with it. And then with those bits done, I think I'm going to use some more of our orange terracotta along the edges here, as well as underneath as well, because I think I'm going to use some more of our red sandstone pillar walls. I'm liking how that's looking so far, and I need to repeat that on the other side. But I think what I will also do in the middle here is add some more redstone terracotta and kind of continue these red sandstone pillar walls between, just for a little bit of separation of the tracks. With that bit done, I then need to kind of mirror what we have on the outside to the inside so it doesn't look so flat. And then really the last kind of major thing I want to do with the station is get all our support structures in, which is mostly going to be just an absolute ton of girders. I'm going to make use of our facades on the sides here just to kind of figure out exactly where I want this to go. And I think I'm going to align the girders with the tracks underneath as well. That will make a lot of sense when it comes to our crane, because this will be the kind of line where the actual containers would be slid along across, I think. Now I'm going to make sure I leave this little bit in the middle empty, because that's where I kind of want the crane to lower it down into. And then I do want to make use of some of our diagonal girders as well, just to add a bit more extra support. And I went in and placed in the rest of our girders, the very excessive amount of them, I'm not gonna lie. But I do like the way that they look. And essentially the entire point is that containers can come along this crane line, get kind of dropped down onto these lower girders, and then slid along and placed onto trains coming by. And I think I'll give a couple examples of that actually. And we can kind of have one hanging from down here by throwing in a shipping container here. We can wrap this around with a similar thing that we did for the crane out front, making sure to connect this up, as well as have our trapdoors on the sides and a connection up here as well. And yeah, I think something along those lines is pretty good. And then I think for this kind of middle lane here, I'm not going to actually use it, but I'm going to have like a parked train in the center, which these containers are going to be going onto. So I think that would look rather cool. I've also gone ahead and actually added another one up here as well, just to kind of show how they're like being slid along, ready to get on this future train. And then I think with a couple of additional changes to make this look a little bit better, I think that's more or less what I wanted for in here. And I think the next kind of major thing to do is probably figure out exactly how to turn trains around here. I have left myself quite a bit of space after the train station, but I don't think enough to actually add a kind of loop here. And I was potentially thinking to myself that I could turn it to the north here and have a loop up in the ocean where this bit of land mass is and have it come back on itself. But I might have to experiment with that idea a little bit. Okay, there we go. I have got a bit of track in. I did indeed decide to add our loop up into the ocean. Obviously still needs some landscaping to prevent, you know, the random bits of floating track, but it is at least possible for trains to make the loop at the moment. Now really the next thing I need to do is set up our road network. And I'm probably going to have the road, you know, come up through here, cross the railway tracks here, over to our sand mine over here. And then I'm going to have to figure out exactly how I want to bring the road over to our gold and terracotta farm over here. It's probably going to result in quite a lot of landscaping, I think, and probably quite a few bridges over this bit of water as well. And what I think I am going to do is use our railway tracks again to kind of figure out exactly where our roads are going to go, because we can use these to help pave the road that we want. Luckily for us, this track does turn just well enough to actually fit over that little bit of straight track there. And I think what I may do for our little sand miner here is probably construct a kind of massive sand pile here with some hidden storage. And then the truck can just come along and pick up anything that it needs. But as for our road here, I think, like I said, we're going to probably come over to the side here, bring the road over this bit of water. And there we go. I think this route's going to work. I'm obviously going to have to clear out some of the sand, build some bridges. And the tunnel that's going to end up going underneath the track where the actual trucks will run across, I'm probably going to have to make a little bit deeper than usual because of how deep this water does go. But that shouldn't be too much of an issue. But I've come back to the main town and I am going to park this train of ours and disassemble it, as we're going to need this for our desert road. And of course, rebuild it on the other side here. And this time, because we're not actually going to be using a randomized road, I'm going to be using some of this massive stone bricks. I can just pop these straight in. And I'm probably going to need more than I have made, but we'll see how far this gets us. The answer was apparently a little bit further than I expected, but one thing I kind of forgot about is I do need to add a loop specifically for our sand miner here. So I think a little loop like that will do just fine. I did have to move this track over by one, so there was enough room. That's not that big of an issue. Now I need to just go and get some more of this massive stone brick and complete the rest of it. There we go, there is the rest of our road in. I did add some of this cut stone columns to the side to kind of give the road a little bit of a trim. It's now completely complete between our golden terracotta farm and all the way back to our train station. And I've even gone ahead and placed in the track underneath where our trucks are going to run. And I had updated our little train here that was paving to one with a bunch of drills on the bottom, so that made the tunneling a little bit easier. I think I would like to still add a few more details to this road at some point. Perhaps some layers of sand on top to kind of make it look like some of the sand has moved around rather than this kind of perfectly clean look. But it will certainly do for now. What I actually feel like doing right now is building a train. Maybe even possibly two, because I would like to have our train in the center here, as well as the train that's actually going to go back to our home base. I think I'll start with the center one first. We are going to need to place our station down first so that we can create our new train. And thanks to blocks and bogies, we can crouch right click so we can switch to different styles of train bogies. And I think I want something like this, as well as the same kind of thing a little bit further back, because I want to do this train a little bit differently from my other ones. Of course, my other trains are steam trains, but I kind of want this to look a bit more slightly modern, as this area is a bit more industrial. I'm of course going to continue using our industrial plating here, bring that all the way through. And I do actually want to make this particular train probably use some oranges. So we can use some of our orange concrete here. Honestly, since we last built our train, we do have quite a few new mods in this, so we can add a few more interesting details that I haven't been able to do in the past. I'm going to use some of this Create Deco catwalk stuff because I like how that looks, as well as some of our headlamps from Bits and Bobs, and throw in a placard in the middle as well. Now I do need to add a bit of flooring into here, so I'm going to expand it out with some stairs and some more plating on both sides. And actually I'm going to remove these blocks because I do want a little bit more room in here. So I'm going to place some of our vertical stairs down and continue with our concrete and this vertical leaded glass, and make use of some of our hearth slabs and stuff, the center part, and then we are just going to keep using some of our plating for the roof part as well. And I do kind of want to have this roof a little bit slanted like that. We can throw in our industrial plating into there as well. And I have increased the size of that so we can throw in some of our steps on the side as well to act as a little bit of a trim on each side. And then I think I'm going to throw in one of these industrial front lights at the front as well. I'm liking how that's looking so far. Probably going to need to add some panels on the side here to continue our concrete and glass, as well as of course our slopes. And honestly, for the most part, I think I'm just going to block this off and kind of continue this around, because the center part is going to be where like the actual true engine is. We're not going to be needing to see that, but I am going to throw in some of this hazardous orange concrete, wrap that around the sides, and just so it's not completely orange for the entirety of this train, I'm going to throw in some of this industrial sheet metal on top of some stairs, just to add a bit of different texture. And then I think I'm going to throw in some of these catwalk railings as well, with a different type of orange concrete. And then also going back to our iron metal sheet so that we can continue this catwalk railing across. And then I think to add a couple more details, I'm going to throw in a ladder on the side, as well as use some of these kind of copycat slices, just to kind of add a little bit of a trim around all these things and make it look a little bit less flat. And then of course, keep on using our industrial iron plating. We can even throw in a bit of a panel on the side there so that it doesn't stick out so much. Then I need to just more or less just keep on continuing this design across. And I am probably just going to kind of mirror this from both sides so that the front and the back look the same. And there we go. I think that's more or less what I wanted for this. I obviously continued all our designs on the other side and the other end of the locomotive as well. And I also opted to actually keep the kind of path going in between the two different sides, so I can place a train controls on both ends really. Oh, and I also added some fans on top as well, just to help keep the train cool. But yeah, pretty happy with that. A bit different to my steam engine designs, but I think it came out quite well actually. Now to do the carriages. And I am going to take some inspiration from my previous train's carriages, as these are pretty industrial looking anyway. And I'll probably have a couple of container ones and then probably like an empty one or two, as obviously the train is meant to be actively being loaded. So I think we'll start here, and we can obviously switch these out for our trailing kind. We'll stick to the 2 axles. And we'll stick these together with our typical plating, but I am going to use some different materials for this. And we are going to make use of our copycat blocks and use these girders for the sides of them, as well as, of course, our slope layers to connect those. And then we can throw on our shipping container and expand that out. So I'm going to need to make some more. There we go, even grabbed some blue ones while I was at it. Now I would like to add some other additional details to this, kind of in a similar vein as our locomotive, but I want to throw in some of our ladders again, more so to make it look like it's attached a bit more, as well as add our industrial railing in on the side as well, making sure to hang that over the edge a little bit. Some diagonal girders just to kind of hold the container better in place, some slices so that these don't look like they're randomly floating, as well as throwing in, I think, some of these valves at the end kind of look like stoppers. And of course I need to make sure I repeat this on this side as well. Then I think I'll repeat that design one more time with a blue container. There we go. And then I think I'm going to do one empty carriage so that it looks like this one is being placed on top of it. And there we go. There's our last little flatbed truck. I even threw in some crates on the platforms here just to kind of add a little bit of decoration, as well as cleaned up the sides of the train station a little bit. Because unfortunately, I'm out of time this week. This was a very build heavy week, and I'm never too sure how much people like the more build focus weeks, because sometimes you just got to build like 5 different things before you get to the create stuff. Although to be fair, I guess I already did the create stuff. I did the sand miner and the golden terracotta farm. But anyway, I hope people enjoyed it regardless. Thank you everyone for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye for now. Last time, we returned to our desert factories and worked on our desert train station and connecting road, as well as a train design in preparation for this week's episode, where we'll be laying track all the way back home with the help of our tunnel bore drill and new paver train. But yes, welcome back everybody. Today is finally a day where we're going to be building our trek all the way down to where our farm area is currently to connect up to the rail back to our home base. And of course, I'm going to need a lot of track for that. And I did spend some time semi-AFK in our little train track factory over here. And we do have just over 10,000 train tracks now. So hopefully that's going to be enough, although I imagine we might need to make more still. But the other change I've actually made over here is less a kind of build or anything, but more of a optimization, let's say. Now, if we turn on our FPS here, you can see actually at the moment, I'm sitting around about 80 FPS, sometimes go up to 90, sometimes go into the 70s, and this is actually way better than it used to be. I have recently been kind of fighting for my life, trying to keep this area to a good amount of FPS, at least above 60, because that's how I record my videos in. And I've been doing a lot of different things to try and make that better, but I was really struggling. And I didn't want to have to turn off shaders, as I've been using that for like the rest of my series. So one mod I did install is Create Ender Transmission, and I'm literally only using the fluid transmitters from this, because one of the things that are a little bit laggy are create pipes. And obviously we were pulling in from our big old lava source here into a pipe, and it was going down here and into all sorts of our different factories, but that was kind of costly. So I have replaced it with one of these ender transmission things. And essentially how these work is that they pretty much work wirelessly. So if we click on this, you can see that it has a network. This is network 1, of course. And my other fluid transmitters also have channel 1. They're not too hard to make, but they're also like a little bit expensive as well. So at least they're not like completely free, if you know what I mean. And essentially I've placed these in all sorts of different places. Obviously one in our power station. If we head over to our tough factory and come underneath, you can see there's one down here as well as underneath our limestone factory. And so that has definitely helped with our FPS a little bit. And I also installed a different mod, which allows me to change how the vertical and horizontal render distance of Minecraft works. So now less of the cave underneath me is being rendered, which also helps my FPS. But in the end, all this does mean is that I can continue working on my areas without worrying as much about the FPS. Luckily, this kind of area is kind of already filled with create contraptions, so I'm probably not going to be adding significantly much more. We'll be working a little bit further out of town instead. So anyway, let's head back up to the desert area and start working on our train line. Now, first thing I'm going to do is get through this mess of a desert, because as you can kind of see, there's kind of a lot of holes and hills here, and I do need to merge these 3 rails into 2 lines rather than their current 3, and we're probably going to be knocking down quite a bit of sand here, I think, as I think a lot of this is just floating. Oh, yep, it sure is. We're probably going to have to get some sandstone to go underneath all this. And we are definitely going to have to bring in our big old drill train at some point as well to help clear out the area surrounding these tracks. But let's try and get out of this desert first. And I wanted to keep this bit mostly flat and straight, so I went directly over the pit and cut through the sand dune until I reached the arid highlands, where we continue our trek up a bit of a slope and then went through some relatively simple terrain with a little bit of meandering, making sure to avoid a village on the way until I reached the first water obstacle. Now, I was just going to continue the railway onwards, but I think I'm actually going to build a bridge. I'm in the mood for it. And I do want it a few blocks above the water so things can fit underneath, although not entire, like, massive boats or anything, but raised enough at least. So I might have to move these tracks, but that's fine. So I think I'm going to place down some of this granite stuff, as I think this color is probably the best for this area, especially considering that little pile of granite over there is where we found our first granite mine, or cave. But if we build this around a little bit, and a small retaining wall like that I think is quite well, and I've made sure to make it meet up with some of the environment around it, then I just need to move these tracks over so that they meet up with the new ones. There we go. I might have to make those a little bit less steep later, but I do mostly want this bridge design to just kind of be a bunch of steel trusses, really. It may look a bit modern against our village behind us, but that's not what I'm aiming for anyway. So I think I'm going to use some of these beams from Design and Decor and bring these all the way along to the other side of the river. And I don't know exactly where this bridge is going to end, so I'm just going to build these to a random point for now and perhaps extend it later. And I'm definitely going to be making heavy use of our girders and girder struts, with something about that high, and then using our struts to come down a diagonal like that. And then continue this girder up at the top here, all the way along, at least for a little bit of a distance. Every probably about 4 blocks, I'm thinking. We have one of these girders going straight up, and then use these for our struts in between, going kind of back and forth between the 2 different angles. And I think something like that looks rather nice. I've just more or less got to fill in the gaps in between our 2 sides of the bridge on both the top and the bottom, including some of the diagonal ones up at the top and bottom as well. And then with all those struts done, we can then bring our track all the way across to this other little bit of foundation that I've done. And then for all the different little holes and gaps in between, I think I'm going to use some of these industrial trapdoors to kind of cover the gaps, where you can still slightly see through them. And then on the very outer edges, I do want to use some of our catwalk railings as well. Although placing these are kind of a nightmare, so I'm probably just going to place some dirt down to make my life a little bit easier. And then do that all the way along to the other side as well. And there we go, there is the main part of our bridge done. We've got our tracks in, we've got all our trapdoors in, covering all the holes, as well as the catwalk railings on the side. And now I think I'm going to continue with these tracks further on and return at some point to actually clean up the ends of this bridge once things are a little bit more finalized. But yeah, this is going pretty well so far. We have been following a little bit of the edge of the ocean here with our track, which should produce some nice views from the trains whenever they're passing by. I'll need to cut through some of this land to make sure that the tracks are making it all the way through when we bring our drill through. And I'll say from the actual track placement itself, we're probably, I want to say about halfway, a little bit over halfway until we reach our destination over here. We've still got a few islands to come across, and I'm going to have to figure out the exact route around here. Possibly just going straight down through this forest and then over towards this sunflower plains. So it shouldn't be too much longer. And there we go, the entire track all the way from our desert train station all the way down to our connection over with track to our farm area. I did have to make a small change to the tracks around here compared to the time lapse, as I did need to bring up the level of the tracks so they met with the junction up there. It meant that trying to go around this little bit of cliff was a little bit too much of a hassle. So we'll be tunneling through this bit, and that's just fine. And speaking of tunneling, I think it's time to go back to our train yard and pick up our big old monster drill. This guy has been sitting in our train yard for quite a while unused, so it'll be kind of nice to use again, although in the future I'm definitely not making anything anywhere near this big. It is far too large for some simple drilling. However, let's get in. I need to make sure the tracks are clear. This train has just left, so we should be good to go. And I think the drills are stopped. Yep, okay, good. So they won't destroy anything that they shouldn't. And we should be good to go to take our train all the way over to our brand new line. Although I kind of forgot there's a single bit of track here, so I'm glad I didn't accidentally crash into any trains. This is the only problem with driving trains on an automated train system, is that you could accidentally crash into trains that are just going around by themselves. Here we go, our first kind of train to head down the tracks down the left here. We can start mining out some of this area. And that is all of our drilling and clearing done. I even made sure to go back a little bit and remove some of the trees that we missed as well. But also, me and Replay Mod are going to have a fight. As you may have noticed from the little time lapse there, one of the tracks was actually already complete. And that's because I had already gone through with my drill to clear one of the tracks. And I did record that for the time lapse. But I'm going to show you some footage right now of what that replay looks like. Look at all those blocks magically breaking. Wow. And later on, half the train started appearing, but the other bit, no idea where that went. I probably should mention that this is the NeoForge port of the replay mod, and it's not like an official port either, so it's not something I can go exactly complain about. But it is an unfortunate side effect of having an unofficial port and some weird bugs that might come along with that. And actually what I think I'm going to do is head back over here to our road paver that we made for our last episode, because we're going to need to borrow it and change it up a little bit. Of course, first we got to disassemble our train and get rid of all the drills and stuff down here, so we no longer need them. And essentially what I need to do is add some more of our mechanical rollers again. We're going to have our 3 at the front here, which will just be tough for all of those. And then the next ones, I actually am going to put 1 back so that they don't pick up the same settings as these ones. And I like to use this advanced randomize filter. And in here, we're going to put in some tough, some sanded dirt, coarse dirt, and packed mud. And essentially, I want less of the tough. I want to make that a bit more rare and have these three probably about equal. That way, when I place these here, I'm going to have to do one on this side as well. Any block that's being placed down here will be one of those randomly, depending on the percentage that I have given it. And there's those set up, and then we want one last one at the end on each side. And these ones are going to have our dirt. And these are going to go slope fill below, so that any bit of floating track should be nicely sloped up towards the track. And then what I'm also going to do is place a backpack here because I've upgraded this one to have 2 stack upgrades, and that should hold on to a lot more resources than these chests behind me. So we can place that down, and then we can start gluing all of this together. Sure that it's all connected. Make sure to assemble it and move back a little bit to make sure everything's glued. Oh, nope, it's not. I forgot to actually glue it to the trade itself. Okay, there we go. Then I think if we move this train, hopefully to here, make sure that all the actors are off so they aren't doing anything, so we can move out. And then I think I'm actually going to take this all the way back to the other side of the tracks, because I do want to keep this bit more sandy, so this kind of machine is not going to be for this area. So let's head on back to the beginning. And actually, one thing I have realized after coming back here is that we don't actually need this bit on this side, because I'm going to run this thing on each side of the track, and so therefore the slope is only needed on one side and not both. And now all I got to do is fill up this backpack with the resources I need, and then we can start paving. Okay, with that full, I can now turn on our actors. Let's see if this works. And the answer to that question was actually no, because I need to install a sophisticated backpacks and create integration mod. So hopefully now it should be working. And it does appear to be working, although I am probably going to have to deal with some of the slabs and stuff in this situation, which is a little bit unfortunate. And in fact, actually, I'm going to back up a little bit here, because I think I want to change exactly how these blocks are placing these pavers. And now I think we're good. I'm going to have to redo that bit there, but from now on, our tough block should be a little bit wider, and the other block should be a mix of tough, mud, and coarse dirt. I'm going to have to be a little bit careful going over near bodies of water like this, as I don't want to obviously build across them. We'll have to kind of stop before them, turn it off, and then make it to the other side. And of course we can turn it back on and continue on our merry way. And there we go, there is our track all placed. I ended up kind of cutting this time lapse a little bit short because honestly we've had way too many this episode. And I kind of just wanted to chill and just go along the track and pave without having to worry about editing the time lapse and stuff. I did have to come back through and get rid of some of like the weird blocks that it was placing, like on the sides in the middle with like extra full-size blocks next to these half slabs. So it looks definitely a lot cleaner now. And the land leading up to my bridge is now up to the correct level as well. I'm going to have to merge these kind of retaining walls into those, I think. And the only bits I kind of missed out are like the bits where I need to place more bridges and stuff, like over here, and also especially around here with our gravel and sand beaches. I want to go through with obviously some different materials than we were just using, so I'll have to swap those out, including at the end here where our desert is, and I'll have to take my big old drill back to spawn as well. Which in fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do that right now. And I think what I'm probably going to do last for today's episode is probably one more train. I want to get a train ready and set up so that we can start moving items from our desert back to home. And the next episode is going to be very important for that because we're probably going to be building a new storage warehouse because our current one is getting a little bit small and it's not actually anywhere near a road. So I would love to actually have road access to it. There's our drill train returned. I think I'm going to bring that paper over here at some point because I'd like to do the rest of this train yard. And actually, I do have some future plans for this train yard. I want to build a proper depot for trains to go into and move my little train track factory from the center of town out into it as well, so I can fully automate the obsidian and the stone making process, as it's kind of manual at the moment. But anyway, we are back here at our desert train station, as I do want to get us another train built here. And we are going to have a very similar design for our train engine here as we do the train that we made last episode. But I am going to make probably a few small changes, mostly in terms of the actual color and some of the materials that we've used for it. As I want it to be similar, but slightly different, you know? So I'm gonna throw in my stairs and stuff like I did for that one, but actually use our blue concrete instead. And I'm also using this dark metal plating instead of the industrial plating because I like how that looks. And I do think I am going to make the center bit of our train look a little bit different as well, and even throw in some fans on the front, as well as use some of these pretty in pink tanks as well to go underneath. And then just to continue with that design across the other side as well. But yeah, there we go. There is our completed engine. The main real things I made different from the last one is I added this little lip at the top because I liked how that looked, as well as some extra headlamps. But more or less everything else is the same. Now our carriages though are going to be a little bit different. And this first one is going to be a bit of an armored one. And although the base of this is going to be the same as like the carriage behind me, the top bit is definitely going to be different. Because what I essentially want to do is kind of make a armored carriage for our gold. As you know, it needs to be protected clearly. And I am going to keep using our shipping containers for the general base of it, but add a little bit more armor on the sides. I think I am going to use a mixture of these copycat panels as well as these layers, as they are slightly smaller, and then use some of our striped red concrete for one part, and then some of this panel or the center parts. Then I think on the sides I want to add a little bit of structure too, including at the back some more of these vertical slices, and then have these all kind of attached up at the top here, and do that for the sides as well. Then I think as for details, I want to add some more of these valves at the end to act as stoppers, as well as I think add a little bit of a roof of sorts. I think I'll use some of these tough pillars on top to kind of act like a more stronger corrugated roof of sorts. And the nice thing about this as well is that this is obviously still an actual real container, so that can be where all our storage for our train's going to be. But that's the carriage for the gold. Now I just need to make some for the sand and the terracotta. And those two are probably going to be quite similar. I think I'm going to have them mostly open with a similar design. So I think I'll probably fill in the inside with our sandstone for now, so it'll be easier to actually build on, including some stuff sticking out the top, just to make sure it looks like it's piled up. And we are going to be making use of our layers again for the outside of this. So I think I actually need to add some panels here instead to make sure that these connect up with each other, because otherwise I don't think they do. No. And then use some more of our dark metal plating as well, including all the trim like I did on the other carriages, with maybe some thicker trim up here as well, and a little bit more variance. I think I'd actually like to use these pillars for the ends here. And then with all those details added, I think I'll also add some just normal copper valves as well. for our stoppers. And then I think I'm just going to more or less repeat this exact same design for one more carriage for our terracotta. But yeah, there we go. I think that is our train done and ready for next episode. We obviously got our armored gold carriage and our 2 sand and terracotta carriages. Now just going to make sure that all of this is glued together with the help of some extra blocks so we can just grab the entire thing at once. Although apparently I did miss these front few, so oops. All that glued up, let's try and assemble this thing. Although actually let's also add our train controls, can't forget those as well. Go ahead and hit assemble. And if we actually get in our train, although actually what I should do is disassemble real quick, add a seat in so we can actually sit down. If we get in, hit forwards, and hopefully we manage to grab everything that's meant to be part of the train. Not seeing anything left over, although let's do a quick check. Nope, we seem to all be clear. Good, good, good. And then let's actually take this guy for a bit of a ride. Let's head back towards spawn. Gives us a nice idea of how this locomotive actually is going to look when it's going along. And honestly, I think it looks pretty nice. And probably one of the more interesting parts of this track that I've made so far is this rail bridge. I do like how it turned out. Oh god, I just need to finish off some of the landscaping. But anyway, thank you everyone for watching today. I appreciate it. It certainly took me a little bit of time to get this train line built. And of course, it's not completely done yet with the decorations and stuff, but I think it's in a very good position. So once again, thank you everyone for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye for now. Last time, we built our over 5,000 block railway all the way back from the desert to our home base, and now it's time to build our brand new storage building that can hold over 2 million items, in preparation for bringing all the current automated materials to it and getting started on mass automated crafting. Hello and welcome back everyone. Today's the day that we are upgrading our storage building behind me into a much bigger version, and also not here. I do need some proper road access to our new storage area, and so therefore that one's a little bit too far away from the road here. And so it's time to actually cross the rail lines and start building on the other side of our train yard. I'm thinking of placing a road around the edge of our train yard here, probably coming off from the road near our dye factory all the way around to this location. And essentially what I want this area to be is a kind of mega factory of sorts. Our storage building is the kind of first part of that. And then I want to start automating all the different items in Create, as well as other mods as well. First things first is to properly clear this area a little bit, flatten it out, because I fancy building the building first. And with all that cleared, I've added a little bit of a marker here for the center of our building, and I've made it line up with our train station over there, just for a little bit of symmetry. I think I'm going to start with our entranceway. We'll use some of this polished stone for, and then make use of these dust bricks from Create Deco, which is just some bricks and scorchia. And I want to just make a little bit of an arch with them, using a mix of our copycat blocks as well. And then I think throw in a girder to go across, as well as one up here, some support from our polished stone. And that gives us a nice simple entrance archway. And then using some of these cracked umber bricks, which I just made from scorcher instead, you can bring these all the way up for about a 2-story high building. Throw in some of our polished stone for where our floor ends are going to be. And we're going to indent this by 1 and throw in some more of our copycat stuff. And we're going to have a little bit of a raised window setup. So I'm going to place some of these large metal girders underneath, put a bit of a backdrop for that, and start using some of our vertical stairs for our actual window itself. Continue our dust bricks up the sides, of course. Throw in some more panels for the center, and then throw in some of this white stained glass that I got from my dye factory. And actually remove these last 2 bits, because I want to throw in some of this steep rooftop just so it adds a little pop of color. It's looking a little bit dark at the moment. And actually, speaking of dark, I'm going to throw in some of this smooth glowstone down here as well to light that area up a little bit. Now I've just got to more or less continue this design up a little bit. I think throw in some polished stone and girders there to split the floors up. and then continue with our windows design up here. And then I think for the very top here, we're just going to have another line of bricks with some more of this polished stone and add some steps in for a little bit of a trim at the top. And then I think throw in some girders along the sides where the brick is, making sure to kind of connect up where the polished stone is. And I think that's the general gist of what I want for our window design. I just need to repeat that a few times, I think. And probably about that wide should do for now. And what I am thinking for this design is, I do obviously want it to look like a typical kind of brick warehouse, but I want to add a little bit like, you know, the kind of modern elements that you see in real life. So I'm going to add some of this polished stone here. I'm going to make use of our half slabs again to wrap this around. Because what I actually want to do here is surround this entirely with some glass. Have this as a nice big open window of sorts. Although actually I think for the edges here, I am going to use some of this industrial iron sheet metal from Create Deco. And I do want a bit of a split in this glass. I don't want it to be like one sheet all the way up. So I'm going to use a little bit of a trick with the copycat layers, where I essentially bring it out almost to the same depth as our normal slabs, but not quite. And that should give us split that we want without it being like too obvious that the glass is not flat. I mean, it's kind of obvious, but let's not think about it too much. And I essentially want something like this. And then to make it so the glass doesn't look like it's too floaty, I'm gonna throw in some girders here to connect to the bottom and the top. Do that on both sides, as well as one for the outer panels as well. And there we go. I think that gives it a little bit more structure. And then we can continue our polished stone around. I think making sure to use some more of these big metal girders as well for decoration. And then once again, just kind of repeat that up for the second floor as well. And there's our kind of glass exterior done with some of our industrial iron metal up at the top as well. And then I repeated our kind of brick window design one more time because I think that's probably going to be the size of the building. And then all I've got to do really is mirror the design on the other side as well as round the back. And then we can start working on the roof. We go, there is the exterior of the front and back done, including the interior side of the walls as well, as they looked a bit weird without me doing it. But honestly, using so many copycat blocks was actually a big mistake. I have legit had to go mining for so much zinc, because although my Tough Factory is a sort of farm for zinc, it doesn't do it fast enough, so manual mining it was. And if you're wondering about the side walls, I've decided to leave them until a little bit later, because I think I want to add some truck depots. And I don't know if I want to do it on one side or both sides. And if it's going to be one side, I don't know which side. So I'll decide that later. Now, as for our roof here, I've really come to realize how much I like having my factories kind of well lit, especially with shaders on. Like over here in my concrete factory, I definitely put in a lot of light seeping into this factory, and it definitely makes it look a lot better, especially considering how many grays I use in here. So I'm probably going to be kind of closely replicating this kind of roof for our storage warehouse as well. So I think starting with some of these attic roofs again is a good place to start, as well as using some of our copycat slopes to kind of meet up with it. And I think I'll continue with this kind of design for all the kind of smaller individual windows. And there is our glass roof in. I obviously threw in some girders as well, because I think it looks good. Now, as for the rest of the roof, I think I'm gonna throw in some more of this polished stone, essentially elevate this up a little bit. And I think I'll do that with some more of our cracked umber bricks. And I've left some gaps so we can throw in a little bit of glass on the sides as well. Added some more polished stone on top of that, and then I think I'm probably just going to do the same thing again with our roof design as I did on the other parts. There we go, there's our kind of more or less completed roof done. The few kind of changes I did end up making was changing the kind of top parts here to brick and more polished stone, as I think that looked better than just the grey concrete. And of course add a little bit of trim as well. And then with the roof done, I think we can get in a floor and actually our proper storage system. And I think I'm going to more or less just throw in a bunch of this stone tile everywhere till the entire floor is covered, and then start placing down our containers where we're obviously going to store everything. And these are going to be max size ones this time compared to my last place. And I'm probably going to have these about, I want to say like 4 containers wide, and then probably about 3 high. I think that's where our big girders are going to come in handy for. Can have those going up the side of each of these containers, and then throw in some smaller ones in between and kind of just continue our stack of containers. And with those 12 vaults, I did the math, and that's about 1.24 million blocks, which is honestly definitely plenty for me. But guess what? I'm going to build a second lot, because why not, honestly? Might as well have too much space rather than not enough, you know? And then with both sets of containers, it's about 2.5 million items can be stored, which will probably be plenty until the heat death of the universe, but you know. Now we've just got to hook this all up to a proper system. So I do very quickly just want to place some of the girders down and some of the lamps as well, just to make these look a bit more interesting. First things first is to actually place on a bunch of packages onto each one of these containers, as well as stock links to go on those and make sure that they're all connected to the same network. We are going to need a way to get things out of these containers into some kind of central area for me to grab. So I'm actually going to place some girders up here, as well as some chain conveyors, the industrial kind. Do that on both sides. And I'm going to connect both of those up to one that's a little bit lower down here, I think. Kinda like so. I might even have to lower that down a bit. And then we can actually start placing all of our frog ports down to connect up to our chain conveyor here. Now, this is definitely a lot longer than the default settings for Create. I think I literally maybe like tripled the length that these frog ports can go. And that means this system ends up being like a little bit cleaner than it would have been otherwise. And then in the center here, I think I want to place an area where our mobs are going to sit that we can interact with, so we can actually access our storage and the likes. And I think I am going to go for a vaguely similar design as I did in my first storage building for this, using some of our spruce decks and tables from Handcrafted, and wrap that around in a nice little square. And then we can have our 2 seats, of which I'm going to keep one as storage like I did before, and then the other one is actually going to be for crafting purposes. So anything that I don't have auto crafting, I can do there. And I can do it in one NPC, but sometimes I forget to switch in between the 2 different modes, and then things go wrong quickly. So I'm keeping them separate. But then here can make use of throwing down a barrel, have another packager, and then also a frog to connect up to our chain conveyor here that we can bring items to the front. I'm actually just going to name this probably just storage. So anything coming out should come to here. And then I'm also going to need one at the back here because I want this to be the kind of input for our system, so that any items I put into this barrel should go off into our vaults. Now, of course, we need a way to actually fill these vaults up with the items that we have. And I think what I am going to do, after all, is I am going to have a truck depot on each side. And on this side, we're going to have the kind of inputs. So any trucks coming from the nearby town will come over here and place into the vaults. And on the other side, although I don't think this is going to happen very often, I think we're going to have another truck depot to kind of export items from our warehouse. And so what I essentially need to do is build a belt system around the back of these that kind of goes through each one of these, cross to the other side here, through all these vaults as well, and then continue the belt to the truck depots here for export. So everything's all going in one direction. And honestly, I should probably just do it rather than explaining it. It'll probably be easier to understand. And the first thing I'm going to do is actually bring over some power over here. It's going to look pretty ugly temporarily. I'll come up with a bit more of a proper solution later, but we can use this power over here to figure out how this is going to work. Essentially, we want a belt line coming out of our truck depot that's going to be here, and I'll figure out exactly how that's going to look later. But I think what I'm going to do first actually is place a fan down. So I'd like to actually bring all the items up to the top first. That way we don't need to add several different fans for getting up each kind of level, and we can just drop them down instead. And we can place our brass funnels going inwards. And essentially the idea of this is that any items coming in will go to whatever container it can fit in first. And then if it can't fit in one, it will just move on to the next one until it reaches the end. So we can have this come down onto another belt here. We're going to move all the way along to the end as well. And then just continue that down to the bottom level as well, making sure to not forget about our brass funnels. And then all we need to do is move this line to the other side as well, making sure to place a fan down that we can move these items up once again to near the top, continue our way through these containers as well. And what I will also do here is actually add a separate belt to move past through here and place a brass funnel down, because what I'm going to do is probably add a package filter here so that any items that are kind of coming out of our storage that we want to send out into export, we can just send out directly into this barrel here, which we are going to need to use a frog for, as well as an andesite funnel. And we'll probably just call this output. And so therefore any packages should come along here, and instead of going up through the mess of these belts, it will just go along here and into any kind of trucks that might be waiting for it. And in fact, this barrel is going to work double time, because I'm actually going to place a packager on the back here as well and connect up another frog to the packager. And I'm probably also going to call this store items, I guess. That way we can place a sign here that just has store items, and anything going through this barrel will get placed onto this belt and back into our storage. Now all I got to do really is actually hook this up to power. And there we go. All the belts should now be all hooked up rather nicely. I think the only thing I actually also need to do here is hook up our chain drives here, move my mega torch out the way, connect that right up so that the frogs should be able to connect with it properly. And then let's do a little test. In theory, let's put this one polished stone away, and I also put a lever on this thing to make sure that it works. Frog picks it up. The item should have gone up here and into this container, which it has, as you can see, with one polished stone. So returning items to the system definitely works. And now what I'm going to do is actually go grab one of our mobs from our old storage place. And in fact, I'm actually going to grab Nicola first, and excuse the weird twitchy eye. And I'm going to just place them in a seat and then make a new stock ticker. Make sure to connect up to this network, place it behind them. And then that should mean once I click on them, I can absolutely see the polished stone. So all I got to do now is put the package address as storage, then say we want it. It should pull out of there. Oh wow, it happened so quickly that I didn't even get to see it. As you saw, this frog picked it up and it went into the barrel. So it's all working perfectly. Now, I do think I would like to decorate the inside of here just a little bit more. I want to add some of this kind of concrete stuff to go around where our containers are, just so that the floor doesn't look too grey. Also put some of these railings down, just to kind of make it look like it's kind of a bit of a safety feature. And kind of do the same thing for the center part here with probably some green terracotta. Throw in some glowstone for good measure. And the last kind of thing I wanted to do, I think, was actually place down some catwalks on the second level here, just because this building is kind of meant to be a 2-story tall kind of warehouse. And I think I will make use of our big girders here, probably throw in a diagonal girder to face that upwards, and then have this go all the way up to the ceiling here. And that does kind of mean I'll have to adjust these girders, but that'll be fine. And can't forget to place down our catwalk railings, add maybe a little bit more support underneath here. Then I'll just continue that design throughout the rest of the building. And there is all our catwalk in. I was aiming to add some stairs or elevators in these kind of little window areas, but I think I'd rather move on to actually completing our truck depots, just so we don't have this, you know, massive holes in the sides of the building. Now, for a little truck depot, I essentially want 4 kind of like parking spots to come up to, which are going to kind of just generally stick out of the building. And the trucks are going to be able to actually pull up into the inside of the depot a little bit. Also, just ignore this power line going through. In fact, actually, you know what? Let's just get rid of that for now. But they're going to be able to park up and kind of partially like insert the truck inside the building. So I do need to make these wide enough to be able to fit said trucks. And doing the math, the only issue doing 4, so there's going to be a 4-block gap in between. I think typically my trucks are only 3 blocks wide. So you know what? I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'm sure I can figure out ways of making it work with the current size. I think I am going to reuse some of the striped concrete as well, because I think I'm going to make each kind of individual depot kind of color coded, because I think that look cool. Probably use some more of our copycat blocks, as well as our industrial plating, kind of a bigger block in the center. And then on top of that, I actually want to use these Nixie board things, which are kind of like the Nixie tubes, but slightly different. And these are from Bits and Bobs, Create Bits and Bobs, that is. And if we get our clipboard here and just type in 04, for example, and right click on this, that adds a number to it. And I think that will look good for all the different ones. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4. All the individual actual depots themselves. And then if we continue our polished stone around, then I think I want to add kind of continuation of our brick windows that we have up here. And of course, we've got to place in our windows using our copycat stairs again. We can't also forget our copycat panels, so we can throw in our glass. Continue our brick on top, as well as some more of our polished stone. Throw in some girders for good measure. And then that is more or less what I want for the design of that. Then I just need to repeat that another 3 more times. And there we go, there's the 4 little small depots there. I even went ahead and placed down our post boxes for each of the different lanes, as well as the belts that will hook up into the main system. Now I just got to do this on the other side as well. And there is the other side done, and I've numbered them 5 to 8 just to differentiate them from the other side. Now of course I do need to clear out some more of this land so we can actually get the trucks moving in here, as well as build a bit of a car park over here as well. But before we do that, I'd like to get this road in, which also involves us placing down a bunch of track again, where I want to actually place our road. So I'm going to be likely using my road paver again. But I want our road to go at a relatively 90-degree angle with maybe a little bit of curvature. So I think that will do, although I might have to move over this track a little bit more. It might be a little bit too close. There we go, that should be enough room. And now I just need to more or less just finish up hooking these tracks. And then with the simple layout done, I need to go and get my track paver, which I think is still near where the farm track meets with track coming down from the desert. And yes, here it is. Let's throw this onto the other side of the track and get this vehicle back home, making sure that it's all turned off, and the tracks look mostly clear as well. So let's make our way back. Now I do need to readjust this paver again, as obviously we were using it for our train line before. So let's get a new train station down, get that parked up so we can adjust it. I think for the most part, it's just removing this one and the other edges, and then bringing this one forward and changing out the materials here. We can use our randomize filter with a bunch of my deep slate variants that I have. Chuck that into the system. Make sure to kind of redo the glue so that everything is attached correctly. Throw in all our deep slate stuff, and then more or less just need to start paving this thing. Hey, not to just kind of suddenly skip ahead, but I did. We obviously got our road all paved in and stuff, and then I also paved our little bit of car parks ready for our trucks to park up into, and I made sure to do that on both sides as well. Then I obviously added some paths, some foliage, and overall I think it's looking pretty good. Unfortunately, that's all I have time for this week. Kind of skipped the end bit because it's literally like 2 hours before I post, so I need to get this edited and up real quick. But thank you everyone for watching today, I really appreciate it, and hello to the 300 new subscribers. My video last week did extraordinarily well, and it has over 10,000 views now, so thank you everyone for the support. I very much appreciate it. But yes, thank you everyone for watching once again, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye for now.